I graduated. I'm the valedictorian. Since I graduated at the top of my class from Seoul National University, I've finally met the basic requirements. Just wait a little longer. I'll find Yuri and bring her back. And those bastards, I'll make them weep tears of blood. Why do you live like this? No friends, no lover. Why do you risk your life just for your studies? Because it's the only way I can get my revenge. Withdrawal of unfair dismissal. Gwangin Group, the ones who drove my family to ruin. The only way for someone like me, without power or connections, to get revenge on a massive conglomerate, is to possess a power even greater than theirs. Fortunately, there was one group in South Korea that possessed more power than they did. And that was the politicians. You say not just anyone can become a politician. I didn't care about things like that. In my head, there were only my poor parents and my younger sibling, whose whereabouts remain unknown. On the day I said goodbye to my father and mother and left, strangely, red petals scattered as if to dazzle my eyes. Petals that lingered around me for a long time, as if they were trying to tell me something. And that night, I had a strange dream. You know it well, right? Of course. Don't worry. Since you have such a tight grip on things here, Chairman, it'll be easy for me to move as well. We're doing this so we can all succeed. I am well aware. Honestly, Song Hye Jin is 100 times better than Dojun, who has no background to speak of. That's what I'm saying. Think about the upcoming general election. Think about those connections. Imagine how much help she'll provide. You're absolutely right. Director O. I heard your daughter is entering high school this year. Here. Oh, you didn't have to go this far. A voice I've heard somewhere before. It's fine, take it. Go buy your daughter a gift or something. That's how you become a good father. Regional Chairman Baek Young-sik. Then I'll accept this with gratitude. And Executive Secretary Oh Dong-sik. Why can't I see their faces clearly? Why can I only hear their voices? Now I can see them. Isn't this the Regional Committee office? Youth Committee Chair of the Daehan Advance Party Candidate Registration Form Kong Dojun. This is my name. Is he shredding the candidate registration form? This is insane. Gasp. Gasp. What was that? What kind of unlucky dream is that? To think my application would be shredded in a machine. I'm sure it won't happen, but it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Anyang City Daehan Advance Party Regional Committee. Hello. Oh, you're here. Is Dojun here? My goodness, look at how sharp you look for the Youth Committee Chair election. You look dashing, truly dashing. Instead of doing this, you should really meet my daughter. I'm not interested in dating. At first, everyone was puzzled as to why a high school student without parents was helping out at an election office. The party members only dropped their distant attitude after I got into the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Seoul National University. From then on, I traveled all over Anyang City as if it were my own backyard. HYNSU, you're here early. Of course, but Dojun, wait a second. Did you hear about Chairman Baek Young-sik bringing in a parachute candidate? That. Well, I heard about it from the Merchant Association president. Why? Are you worried? I wouldn't be worried if it were a fair fight based on skill. But you know how it is. Since when do things in this field get decided by skill? Technically, it's not skill for me either. I'm winning because of the connections I've built until now. How can you say that about something you earned by working your tail off for 10 years? Why are you being so weak? Do you really think that parachute is going to present a better vision for youth policy than you? I don't know. You don't know. As long as you're confident, I'm sure we'll win no matter what. Tell them to bring it on. Haha. Thanks. More importantly, when is the document submission? From next Monday to Wednesday. It's strange that the submission period is only 3 days this time. Oh. If IT isn't the hero of Anyang City, Dojun. Oh Dong-sik Executive Secretary of the Anyang City Daehan Advance Party Regional Committee. I'm no hero. Please don't say things like that. Why? I'm just stating the obvious. Is there anything in Anyang City that doesn't happen if our Dojun says the word? If that were true, we would have won both the general and local elections. Haha, is that your fault? What could a mere student committee staffer do? Anyway, I think this place will become more energetic if you become the youth committee chair this time. The merchants are quietly looking forward to it, too. Haha. The elders are just saying that because they want me to succeed. The reason I'm aiming for the position of youth committee chair is that it's a springboard for a young politician to quickly increase their recognition within the party. You can handle youth policies and push for budget projects at the central or regional level, allowing actual political experience and achievements to accumulate. You can attend major party meetings and exert influence on sensitive issues. Most importantly, you can expand your support base by building a network. This becomes a massive asset when running for public office later on. As a so-called young face, you can become a symbol of innovation and reform within the party, sometimes leading to unexpected nominations. And you're humble, too. If you aren't married in 10 years, let me know. I'll seriously consider you for my daughter then. Oh, director. That's a curse. Dojun will be long gone by then. Huh, is that so? Director, by any chance? Is the person running against me someone you know well? What are you talking about? How would I know? What? He's flustered. I might have a wide network, but there were hardly any rumors about who else would participate as a candidate. In the first place, no one even dared to apply because they couldn't dream of going up against me. In this situation, instead of asking, "Who is it?" he says, "I don't know." Could it be that it wasn't just a simple dream? Dojun, don't worry. I'll win this for you. Yeah, thanks. You never used to agonize like this, but you're strangely worried this time. I'm not worried about the person. I'm worried about the situation. So you're worried about the fact that a parachute was dropped in? But didn't you say you weren't worried no matter who it was? Are you afraid the opponent won't play fair? Exactly. This isn't just anywhere else. How could anyone beat you when you have such a tight grip on the staffers and party members? I wouldn't say I have a tight grip on the staffers. You don't. They'd do anything you say. Don't be fooled by outward expressions and words. People can make any face or say anything that differs from their true feelings. It doesn't cost them any money, after all. Why do you think those people participate in party activities? Well, you surely don't think they do it for the development of South Korea and Anyang City, do you? Mr. Jong wants a new parking lot for his market, and Chairman Choi of the Seniors Committee is speaking up for senior welfare facilities. You know the Vice Chairman prioritizes housing prices in Byong-Vidong above all else, right? I know. If someone appears who can bring them more profit than I can, they have no reason to support me. Even so, after you've paved the way in Anyang for 10 years. I'm only getting this much recognition because I at least have that. Wow. Don't you feel it's unfair? If I were you, I wouldn't have spent 10 years paving the way, I would have joined a famous politician's staff as an aide. Do you think they'd just give me a nomination because I worked as an aide? It's the same for proportional representation. You'd have to grind for at least 7 years as an aide. You might say it's nothing, but 7 years is too far away for me. At your age, 7 years would only put you in your mid-30s. I know. Dojun, don't tell me. That's right. My goal is to become the youth committee chair this time and aim for a nomination in the next general election. In this situation, it bothers me that Baek Young-sik is trying to seat a different youth committee chair instead of me. So. Hwonsu. Why yes. Can you get me a camera? One with good resolution. Usually, even if you remember a bit of a dream after waking up, it fades away over time. But that strange dream I had didn't disappear as time went by. Hello. I am Song Hye Jin, and I registered today to run for the youth committee chair of Anyang City. I look forward to working with you. Song Hye Jin. Please take good care of me. The name I heard in my dream. I will dedicate my entire being to the Daehan Advance Party. Daehan Advance Party, fighting. Who? Hello. You must be Kong Dojun, right? Let's make sure we compete fairly and accept the results gracefully. Yes, of course. Let's make sure we compete fairly and accept the results gracefully. Yes, of course. I'll take my leave now, then. See you later. Good work today. She's nothing special, right? Can you really look at that face and say she's nothing special? Don't you realize how much weight looks carry in politics? Come on, let's get to work. Move it. What should we have for lunch? He was just cheering for her a second ago. Dojun, should I check the party member list and see if they're trying to pull any stunts? No, don't do that. Huh? Why not? Don't let it show that we even suspect them of foul play. Just keep a close eye on things under the pretext of routine pre-selection maintenance. You know what I mean, right? Song Hye Jin is likely on her way to greet Regional Chairman Baek Young-sik by now. Song Hye Jin. Where on earth did she even come from? You've grown up well. How long has it been? I believe it's been about 5 years. That's right, it has. How is the chairman doing? Yes, my father mentions you often, chairman. Huh, it's not like I've done much for him. So, how was it meeting everyone? Does it seem like a challenge you can handle? Well. Kong Dojun. He doesn't look like he'll be easy to beat. He won't be. It's not easy for anyone to take that guy down here in Anyang. But who am I? I talked a big game to Song Ju-chan. I can't exactly let my friend's daughter lose, can I? Will it really work out? Don't worry and just do your best. You can't achieve anything if you only try when victory is certain. Even if you lose, even if it seems impossible to win, if you keep trying, you'll eventually come out on top. Besides, you have me. I'll pull strings from behind the scenes so the party members can't help but adore our Hye Jin. So just focus on the effort. Only the effort. Yes, I understand. I'll do my best. If, by some chance, that dream about my candidacy application being destroyed actually comes true, there is exactly one problem. Not a single member of the regional committee is unaware that I applied for the candidacy. No matter how powerful a regional chairman is. He couldn't just dispose of the documents and expect everyone to stay silent. Let's have a round of applause for those who are helping out today. This debate was finalized about a month ago. Because it's a long-standing project and a pressing issue for Anyang City, I didn't notice anything strange at the time. Alright, today is an important day. Everyone stay sharp and move fast. Director, who is handling the Art Center Convention Hall? The personnel who came down from Seoul will handle that. Is it Kim Song-jae-un? Do you see the name tag over there? Yes, it's right here. Gangseogu Regional Committee. Hello. I heard you needed help, so I'm here. Gangdong-gu Regional Committee. Great, let's get moving. Since they said at least 800 people are coming to today's debate, we need to pay attention to everything from seating arrangements to mic tests. Wow. So this is how they're playing it. If things proceed exactly as they did in my dream, I have no choice but to sincerely praise Executive Secretary Oh Dong-sik for setting this stage. A series of major events lasting for the 3 days of the candidate registration period. There are debates and briefings scheduled not just for today, but for tomorrow and the day after as well. Assuming the dream continues to manifest in reality, once all these events are over, the staffers who came to help will disappear. Time to go home now, and my documents will disappear along with them. The Gangdong-gu office that received the documents will eventually apologize and admit to their mistake from afar, but by then, it'll be too late. To think they'd use a strategy like murder with a borrowed knife. An idiom meaning to harm someone by using another person's power or tools to avoid direct blame. Dojun, are your papers ready? Yeah, they're ready. I'm going to submit them now. Candidate registration form. Youth Committee Chair of the Dojun Advance Party Kong Dojun. That strange sense of déjà vu I've felt while preparing this. As time passes, I feel more and more like the dream is becoming reality. Youth Committee Candidate Registration. Are you here to register? Yes, hello. Nice to meet you. I'm from the Gangdong-gu Regional Committee of the Dojun Advance Party. I'm Kong Dojun. It's a pleasure. May I ask what your role is in Gangdong-gu? I'm just a member of the Youth Committee. Chairman Baek Young-sik used to be in Gangdong-gu, Seoul. After serving as vice chairman there for 7 years, he ran in the general elections with high spirits after becoming the regional chairman. Young-sik is crying. Baek Young-sik, unfortunately, after losing the election, he was practically driven out and ended up here in Anyang. It's been confirmed. Thank you. By any chance, is it possible to get a receipt for the document registration? I haven't heard anything about that. Is that so? Well, I'll put you on the registration list and make sure it's issued by this afternoon. By this afternoon? I understand. Hello. Isn't she annoying? If you think so, why have you been staring at her this whole time? Honestly, tell me. You're looking because she's pretty, right? Well. But her political views don't align with mine. I'm more of a wanting active state support for youth employment kind of guy. If that's the case, Song Hye Jean. She seemed to be trying to solve it the same way you are. The details are different. We will now begin the public debate. A debate is a kind of performance. This can also be considered a long-standing wish of Anyang City. Holding this doesn't mean a new railway line will actually be built, but efforts like this capture the residents' attention and put pressure on the central party. However, if the budget becomes the focal point there, the data and efforts accumulated here eventually lead to results. What do you think? Are you asking if I think the subway line will be built? Wow, you're so stiff. Do you always talk in such an overly formal way? In some ways yes, and in some ways no. Then. Is it only with people you aren't close to? That is likely the case. Then it might be possible after the election is over. Are you saying that with the intention that we'll become close once the election is over? There you go again with the intentions. Yes, that's what I meant. I suspect that will be difficult. Why? I heard there isn't anyone in Anyang who isn't close to you, Dojun. Surely you won't hold a grudge just because I ran, even after you've beaten me. Or does that mean you'll be upset because you lost to me? You don't seem to know much about politics, Hye-jin. Me? In politics, people with different ideas can become friends and then turn into rivals at any time. Isn't that our current situation? The fact that you see it that way is why I say you don't know politics. People in politics never forget when someone tries to trample them with malice. That is why we cannot be friends. You think I'm trying to trample you with malice? Are you that afraid of me? Not at all. You'll find out later. I'm sorry, but IT can't be helped. To Chongpeng Daily Dihan Advance Party paints a new future for Anyang. The Dihan Advance Party is the one truly working for the peoples. The debates and briefings held for 3 consecutive days all ended in success. Thank you for your hard work over these past 3 days. It was worth losing a few nights of sleep. You can say that again. Thanks to everyone's help, we did a great job. Oh, IT was nothing. Dojun was the one who worked the hardest. Is it finally tomorrow? Dihan Advance Party Anyang City A District Regional Committee, we hereby announce the candidates for the Youth Committee Chair of Anyang City for the Korea Advanced Party as follows, details below, confirmation of Youth Committee Chair candidate registration, Song Hye Jin, sole candidate. Then what about Dojun? This is insane. He definitely submitted his papers. Dojun. Yeah, I know. Where did Dojun's papers go? I saw it clearly. He handed in his candidate registration form in a yellow envelope. There are so many people here. Are you telling me no one remembers seeing that? What are you doing right now? We just need to ask everyone calmly, one by one. IT wasn't in the collection box. We searched everywhere, and it was nowhere to be found. This makes no sense. I personally saw Dojun hand in his papers 3 days ago. If he submitted them, they should be here. I'm telling you, they're not. Shouldn't you be looking for them? We brought in external staffers for the event. Isn't it possible they didn't store the documents properly? We've looked enough and double-checked, but they aren't there. This simply means you didn't submit the documents. Then what are you saying we should do? What else? If there are no documents, there is no registration. That's unacceptable. Listen to yourself. Fine, fine. I'll ask the external staffers myself, so just wait here. Gundong Gu Min Hyen UK. Everyone looks expectant, but I already know what the outcome will be. Is this Hwon UK? By any chance, did Kang Dojun register as a candidate for our youth committee chair 3 days ago? I'm not sure. I was so busy preparing for the event. Gundong Gu Min Hyen UK. I barely even remember what documents I received that day. So they really weren't there. If I don't remember it, then that must be it, right? Well, then, for now, I understand. Wait a moment. Would you mind listening to this? I'm Kang Dojun. It's my first time meeting you. What is your role over in Gangdong Gu? I'm just a member of the youth committee. Is that the registration form? That's right. It's been confirmed. Thank you. By any chance, is it possible to get a receipt issued for the registration? That's it. There's a recording. This is proof that the documents were received, isn't it? Gundong Gu Min Hwon UK. Then, where are those candidate registration documents now? Well, I don't really know. How would that man know? They went straight into the shredder. I really don't remember. I'm sorry. This is all my oversight. I will accept whatever punishment is required by the party rules. Is he taking the fall already? This isn't a regional chairman election. How much of a penalty would there even be for a youth committee election? I get it for now. The executive office will discuss this and make a decision. Everyone, go back. Hurry. Let's get back to work first. Since there's recorded evidence, it'll be handled properly. Since he says he forgot by mistake, it'll likely end with a simple verbal warning. Oh, hello. Hello. Would you like to talk for a moment? Did you know that a situation like this would happen? You said it before. A politician can never be friends with someone who tries to crush them. Is this what you meant? Just so there's no misunderstanding, I'll tell you now, I absolutely did not do this. Sure, I understand. You don't even believe me. I haven't lived my life like that, and I never will. If this wasn't an accident but someone's intentional act, I won't just stand by. Are you mocking me right now? Do you think I'm a joke? Yes. It seems you still don't know what politics is. You didn't even try to achieve this on your own. You only came here because of a recommendation. It wasn't intentional, and you haven't lived like this and won't in the future. Do you even realize the nature of the work you're doing? Do you really think your being here was accomplished solely by your own will? Is that what you think? You can't even distinguish that, yet you claim you'll make a stand. I'm busy right now, so let's talk later. Regional Chairman's office, come in. It seems Kong has something to say to you, Chairman. I'll step out for a moment. What are you going to do, Kong Dojun? Have a seat. I heard, you've been treated unfairly. Things like that happen sometimes. It's frustrating and makes you angry. But in politics, moments like this are important. If you get worked up, you lose the ability to distinguish between what should be said and what shouldn't, and you cause trouble. In politics, you must never forget your place. That's the first rule. What is going to happen to me? Well, we acknowledge that you submitted the documents during the registration period, but since nothing reached the executive secretary's hands, it's a very difficult situation. How about we do this? Instead of the youth committee, why don't you chair the university student committee first? You haven't chaired the university student committee yet, have you? He wants me to play house with the kids who are just getting a taste of politics. I'll put in a good word with the Central Party. You need to realize that this might be a better opportunity. I'll make your name known to the Central Party so the higher UPS will take notice of you. I see. Take a good look at this. Video 014 Video 014. This is. You know what this is, don't you? My application was intentionally shredded. Report Executive Secretary Oh Dong-sik to the Ethics Committee and fire him. If you don't, I will release this to the public. I know better, but some people might think Oh Dong-sik did that. Because you ordered him to. Do you really have to go this far? Do you realize what you were trying to do to me just now, Chairman? And yet you expect me to stay quiet? Is that all? To save your face, Chairman, you may go ahead and appoint Song Hye Jin as the Youth Committee Chair. Then what about you? Since Executive Secretary Oh Dong-sik is getting fired, that position happens to be vacant. Give me that seat. Have you completely lost your mind? I am speaking with a clearer mind than ever before. This is unprecedented. Where on earth is there a 26-year-old serving as the executive secretary? According to the party bylaws, the regional chairman holds the authority to designate and appoint key administrative staff, including the executive secretary. Since there is no age limit for the position, if the chairman trusts their ability, even someone in their 20s can be selected. Are you perhaps challenging the party bylaws? Haha. Haha. Even so, the executive secretary is out of the question. I'd rather he asked to slap me across the face, I would have taken it. If he had asked for the Benz in my garage, I might have even given it to him. If you're that insistent, ask for the position of vice chairman instead. I already said the executive secretary is an OGO. To put it simply, the executive secretary is the person who holds the purse strings of the regional committee. Without funding, you cannot draft policies, you cannot move the organization, and you cannot even manage an election. Since all funds and manpower for every event pass through the executive office, events, seminars, nomination duties, executive secretary, the executive secretary comes to control the budget, the personnel, and the data. To a regional chairman, the executive secretary is a position that must be closer than a spouse. How can I surrender the position of executive secretary? It's essentially like letting someone else grip my throat. I understand. Then I will proceed with releasing this video and the recordings exactly as they are. No. Sit down. Do you even understand what kind of position the executive secretary is? I know it well. It is the position that supports the regional chairman to ensure victory in the upcoming election. Should I kill him? Should I just kill him right here and now? What that means is, we have to be perfectly in sync. My thoughts must move through the executive secretary as if they were my own hands and feet. I am recognized as being quite intelligent. If not elsewhere, I have a solid reputation and a following here in Anyang. You'll likely find it difficult to find a better talent than me. Is that so? Let's make one thing clear. I don't let traitors off easily. No matter who they are. Even if you were the valedictorian from SNU, it's not hard to bury an orphan with zero connections. That won't happen. Don't worry. I'm not the type to run wild without knowing my place. Fine, you may leave. Thank you, Chairman. I'll be waiting for the news by the end of the day. Motherfucker. This is all because of that bastard Song Jae-chan. Ha. It's me. Come back in. What about Kong Dojun? That brat brought a video with him. What video are you talking about? You. A video of you putting Kong Dojun's candidate application into the shredder. Hey, you idiot. If you're going to do a job, you should at least do it right. To let yourself get caught like that, ugh, my blood pressure. Do I really have to be blackmailed by some young punk because of you? That is. If you'll just listen to me for a moment. There's nothing to listen to. He says he'll release the video and the recording. What do you want to do? Should I let him release it? No. You can't do that. Then what? Kong Dojun wants you fired from the executive secretary position. That is. Chairman, I've been truly loyal. Please spare me just this once. Sigh, I want to save you, too. I want to save you and crush that brat, but do you think you can manage that? I guess not, right? He says if I don't report you to the ethics committee and fire you, he'll go public. What should I do? For years. You can't. You can't just throw me away like this. No, wait. Just take a break for exactly 2 years. 2 years. In the world of politics, 2 years is an eternity. I'm doing this to save you. 2 years. I'll handle the ethics committee somehow, acquire your data, and let you rest for 2 years. Then I'll reinstate you as executive secretary. 2 years. I give you my word. Daehan Advance Party Anyang City A District Regional Committee, we hereby announce the winner of the Youth Committee Chair election as follows. Details below. Sign name Sole Candidate Song, are elected, Baek Young Sik, Chairman of the Daehan Advance Party Anyang City A District Regional Committee. What is this? Am I really being elected like this? The fact that Oh Dong-sik was reported to the Ethics Committee. What does it mean? It's true. They say he disposed of the documents on purpose. In the end, does this make it look like I drove out a competitor through a conspiracy? Dad. My dad must have bribed Oh Dong-sik or won over Chairman Baek Young-sik. And then, unluckily. No, he got caught by the quick-witted and smart Kong Dojun. It's not like I asked them to do it. Still, I should at least apologize. The person you are calling is unavailable. Oh, hello, Hwee-jin. Yes. Dojun. I want to apologize once more. Actually, I didn't know Executive Secretary Oh Dong-sik would do such a thing. I feel like I've done something wrong. It's fine. It's already over. But still. I feel so uneasy about becoming the sole candidate. People might speculate that I knew and looked the other way. It wasn't something you planned yourself, so don't worry about it too much. Are you really saying that? Congratulations on becoming the youth committee chair. Since I'll be working as the executive secretary now, let's work together if there's anything we need to collaborate on. EXE. Yes, there will likely be an official announcement soon. Now that I'll be in charge of the regional committee's administrative work, I'll be sure to support the youth committee events well. Then. Let's do our best. Aha, so that's why he's so composed. Now I'm the one in a position where I have to wag my tail. Is that it? I look forward to working with you. Mr. Executive Secretary. Good morning. What's this about? I heard from the party members that you never miss a jog here at Hakikshan on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Since I'm a fellow party member and the chairman of the youth committee, I wanted to learn from the man who's about to become our Secretary General. And I kind of wanted to follow your lead. She's being way too obvious about this. It won't be easy to keep up. I may not look it, but I'm actually quite athletic. I take good care of myself. I see. But just so you know, I don't plan on matching your pace. Hey, can I ask you something? No. Are you always this cold to everyone? Not at all. If a politician is cold to everyone, they should give up on politics entirely. I'm a citizen too, you know. Don't you think we might need to join forces once you're officially in office, Dojun? Then prove you're worth it. Make me want to join forces with you. Well, in that case. Hey. Wait for me. Let's go together. He's already that far ahead. Wow. Seriously. I have to finish the run, though. At my own pace. A few hours later, inside a meeting of the Anyang City Regional Committee of the Daehan Advance Party. At the steering committee meeting presided over by Regional Chairman Baek Young-sik. Secretary General Oh Dong-sik's resignation was made official. The Ethics Committee deemed his act of shredding documents a serious incident. Although they recommended a 1-year suspension from party duties. This regional committee will follow the Central Party's decision. Secretary General Oh Dong-sik will be resigning voluntarily. Even though Baek Young-sik intentionally used a soft tone, the atmosphere in the meeting room remained icy. It's just poetic justice. Everyone knew it would end like this. Oh Dong-sik vanished from the room at the speed of light. And Baek Young-sik immediately made an announcement. I am appointing Kong Dojun as the successor for the vacant Secretary General position. Whoa! Congratulations, Secretary General Kong Dojun. Things are going to be tough from now on. He's making it painfully obvious how much he dislikes me. I even went jogging, something I never do. My whole body is aching. From now on, Secretary General Kong Dojun will lead the committee's practical affairs, and Song Hwee-jin will fulfill her role as the chairman of the youth committee. I look forward to your guidance. I may be lacking, but I will take full responsibility for our operations. Welcome. Come on in. Oh, Mr. Secretary General. What an honor. Sir, please don't do that. Don't do what? Hierarchy must be clear in these matters. Please, take a seat. And what's with the sir? I told you to call me Hyung. Hyung. The usual, please. Okay. 2 bowls of Sunday GUK and 1 bottle of SOJU. Man, Hyung. Even the sound of the place is different today. This guy knows too. He knows what kind of day it is. Here, let me pour you a drink first, Secretary General. Ka. Hee hee. So, how did you do it? With Chairman Baek Young-sik did you strike a deal? No, more importantly, how did you know Secretary General Oh Dong-sik shredded your candidate registration form? I just had a feeling. Something felt off. Ever since I heard the rumor about Song Hye Jin being parachuted in, Oh Dong-sik's movements were strange. Right down to the way he scheduled events to overlap with my registration period. You should have told me. It was just a hunch and I wasn't certain, so I couldn't exactly go around talking about it. Still, keep me in the loop from now on. I feel left out. Alright, fine. Anyway, I told you to get a camera, and we caught him red-handed. Everything after that was easy. Damn, so that's how the deal went down. You take Oh Dong-sik's place. At first, I thought about just taking the youth committee chairman seat. But? Because of Song Hye Jin? Not exactly. I realized that sitting as the youth chairman would actually be more dangerous. Why? Because there's no real power. If you were in his shoes, would you trust someone who knows your dirty laundry and keep them around for long? So you went straight for the Secretary General position instead? To keep Baek Young-sik under your thumb? Wow, damn. That's cold. But won't he hate you even more now? Without your help, he can't mobilize the organization or spend any money. Exactly. He's probably alone right now, plotting every possible way to get rid of me. Aren't you scared? If my goal was just to be a member of the National Assembly, I might have been. But I'm not satisfied with just that. If I'm going to crawl just because that guy is scary, I might as well just die right here. Die. Hey, don't talk like that. So, what's the plan now? What do you mean? I'll do what I've always done. No, I mean, aren't you going to prepare for anything? Honestly, if Baek Young-sik were to call in thugs to lynch me like it's the ADS, you'd have a point. But in this day and age, who would do that? No matter how talented he thinks he is, how is he going to fire a Secretary General who hasn't done anything wrong? That means his next move is obvious. What is it? He'll try to pull some strings. He'll get someone powerful to pressure me into resigning. Or he'll just wait until I make a mistake. A mistake? Yeah, just one single mistake. That's what he's waiting for. I'll make sure you don't make a single slip-up, Hyung. I'll double-check everything. Haha, what? Why are you laughing? I appreciate the sentiment, but do you think it's over just because I don't make a mistake? Then what? He's going to create a mistake. He was willing to toss a registration form into a shredder. How hard would it be to manufacture a scandal? Then what are we supposed to do? Starting tomorrow, we're cleaning up the party membership roster. Update all contact info and activity history. We're going to categorize the database systematically, interests, occupations, even volunteer availability. We're going to log everything. Yes, sir. I'll get on it. Also, from now on, we will publish a weekly or bi-weekly Secretary General report summarizing the committee's budget, event schedules, and key regional issues. Onyeonggap Regional Committee of the Daehan Advance Party. Secretary General Report. Secretary General / Kong Dojun. And we're going to share it. Not just with core members, but with the city councilors as well. I see. If he does that, then this is definitely. Secretary O. I heard your daughter is starting high school soon. Here. Oh, you shouldn't have. It's fine. Take it. Go buy your daughter a gift. That's how you stay a good dad. Damn it. Baek Young-sik. Baek Young-sik. I'm not letting it end like this. Just you wait. Bro. Here's the party member data I organized. Did I drink alone last night? How are you so perfectly fine? Thanks. You're here earlier than I expected. Well, if what you said yesterday is true, we're about to get swamped starting today. Gotta be prepped beforehand. Good job. Let's grab a coffee and figure out exactly how we're going to structure the report. It's practically my first day as the office manager, but I can't afford to slack off. Not only is Baek Young-sik watching for any chance to throw me out of the water, but Oh Dong-sik. We got kicked out. I definitely brought his teeth waiting for a comeback. Keeping my head down and just trying to save my own skin at a time like this, would only be handing the enemy an opportunity. About the data you brought. It looks organized, but the categorization is all over the place. And a lot of the contact info is dead. Just sorting it by age group, gender, occupation, interests, and availability. That alone would be a huge improvement. When are we gonna type all that up, bro? That's gonna be a serious grind. There are a few whizzes in the youth wing who are good with Excel. I'll call them in for some overtime. I told you the member DB is your responsibility, but you need to mobilize POPLE to get it done. If I ask for a quick favor, they'll come running. Once our DB is complete, it'll be crucial during the public elections, too. The foundation of an election is organization. And in the world of politics and campaigning, the person who controls the organization can never be ignored. Every single person. If we can identify exactly who has what skills and which groups they're active in, we won't just hold the administrative reins of the regional committee, we'll be able to accurately read the local public sentiment. Alright. So, how should we make this report, Mr. Office Manager? Weekly seems best. Local issues summary, member management status, event budget plans, and the schedule for next week. Okay. And who's the target audience? Representative officials, city and district council members, and influential party members. Anyang City Daehan Advance Party Regional Committee Office Manager Report, Draft. If we print too many, IT becomes inefficient for now. Distribute it to the core 30 to 40 key figures only. Sounds good. So, email the Office Manager Report every Monday morning, and should we print a few for offline use? Right, if we hand them out at official meetings, everyone will end up holding onto them during the discussion. Chairman Baek Suk will hate it at first, but eventually, he won't be able to run a meeting without this data. If I become indispensable to every party member, then no one will be able to pressure me easily. Good morning, hello. Oh. You're in early, office manager. Good morning. No need to be so formal with me. Shall I? Still, it's a bit awkward treating the office manager like a junior UHYE1, Anyang City Daehan Advance Party Regional Committee, Women's Committee Chair. You were always an early bird, but now you're practically here at dawn. What are you working so hard on from the morning? I'm updating the party member list. The roster we have is old, and I figured there'd be changes due to people moving or leaving the area. Oh, really? You're definitely showing off that new office manager vibe already. It's my job. Knowing the members is the basics of being an office manager, isn't it? True. You're right. They say member management is the office manager's job, but updating the list on the very first day. Just between us. How long do you think he'll last? You know how tight Oh Dong-sik and Baek Young-sik are. It's obvious the office manager is going to be replaced soon anyway. What's the point of working hard? What does a kid like that know about politics? I know he's been busting his ass since he was young, but... How about we go out for a coffee? We already drank. Sounds good. Good. Time to butter him up. The coffee there is great. Is probably what she's thinking. Hanwon University, University Hospital. VIP ward. AIGO, it's been a long time. You're here. Please, have a seat. To come all this way. You came because of Ms. Song Hye Jean, didn't you? Haha. Since she is my niece, I can't help but worry about her. Lee Tae Song, Chongsong Medical Founder, Tion, Director of External Affairs. I understand. I told the chairman already, but didn't I say I could handle that much myself? It's actually a relief that Kong Dojun took the office manager spot. If he had insisted on staying as the youth committee chair, Song Hye Jean would have failed. Even if the Chongsong Medical Foundation holds immense power and connections, crushing a guy who built himself up from the bottom is a completely different story. So, our Hye Jean is starting her political career here in Anyang. I had hoped she'd go to law school and become a standard corporate lawyer for the foundation. It's fascinating that she wants to dive into politics at an age when she should be out having fun. Indeed. Well, law school is always an option for later. Exactly. Regardless, we just hope Hye Jean grows well and becomes a great asset to the family. In that regard, I ask that you look after our Hye Jean, Mr. Chai Arman. Well, that's... What is this? It's an anonymous golf club membership. All expenses have been taken care of. You really shouldn't have. Then, I will gratefully ACC. Consider this a promise. If you pave the way for our Hye Jean to grow ally make a name for herself, then our foundation will stand right behind you, Chairman Beck, supporting you all the way to becoming an Assam, Blyman or a mayor. Understood. You're a busy man, I think I've kept you too long. Not at all. Let's meet again soon. Yes. Safe travels. That sly old raccoon. Trying to pull a fast one on me. I get played by a punk still wet behind the ears, lose my right-hand man, and now I'm forced to seat his niece against my will. Hello? Uncle? Yeah, I heard the news you became the youth committee chair. News travels fast, huh? How about it? Your niece is a politician now. Why wouldn't it be fast? Your uncle just met with Chairman Baek Young-sik. Why? Don't be so surprised. I just went to ask him to look out for my niece. Nothing major. Really? Of course. It's been a while since I've seen you, so have lunch with your uncle, will you? I'll think about it. Playing hard to get. I'll give you some allowance. Hee. Okay. Then I'll head to Pai Onkon station around 11:30. Alright, see you soon. That girl. She's sharp, just like her mother. I can't just leave her sitting in a position with a title but no real power. Anyway. That young punk who managed to hold a knife to Baek Young-sik's throat. I wonder what kind of guy he is. Hyung Jong. You want to do a job? I hear those voices in the darkness again. He struts around like he owns the place, not just with the vice chair but with the section chair and the women's chair as well. Anyone would think he's the regional chair. He's so arrogant and full of himself. That piece of shit. After how I treated him. Is that Oh Young-sik again? I'm telling you. Didn't the chair tell him to wait 2 years? Right, Chair Baek Young-sik head cover for him at the Ethics Committee somehow. But how can I wait for 2 years? Chair Baek Young-sik isn't going to report Oh Dong-sik to the Ethics Committee. Can I really just let that happen? That brat Kong Dojun, aren't there any bad rumors about him? I'm not sure. No one is perfectly clean if you dig deep enough, right? Then start digging. Be thorough. This bastard. I have to move Baek Young-sik somehow to get him to the Ethics Committee. A PC cafe. Anyang City Daehan Advance Party Member Bulletin Board. I wish to expose the fact that the current Secretary General, Kong Dojun, secretly accepted money from a local real estate developer during his time on the University Student Committee. Title Exposing the Ugly Reality of Secretary General. Can please enter your content. I believe you all must know what kind of person Dojun really is, despite the mask of a good man he uses to win the members' favor. I first met Kong Dojun 3 years ago when he was a member of the University Student Committee. Back then, he seemed to genuinely love politics and the citizens, but I learned his true nature when we were drinking alone. While we were drinking as usual, Dojun led me away saying there was a great place, and we arrived at the entertainment district near Byongji Station. Good grief. Let me see which bastard's face this is. Was it another dream? Since the previous dream turned out to be real. I can't just ignore this one either. It's a shame I couldn't see the face of the man in the hat. A smear campaign claiming I've been secretly taking money since the University Student Committee days. Since they couldn't find anything no matter how much they dug, they must have fabricated some corruption. Even if it's eventually proven to be a lie. Once that hypocritical image is attached to me, everything I've built will be torn to shreds in an instant. What a truly vicious tactic. I can't tell anyone about these precognitive dreams. But I can use them to set a trap first. Shall I get an early start today? Oh, you're here. You look like you're glowing even more today. I worked out and hit the sauna. This early in the morning? Since this morning? Wow. What time do you even wake up? Let's start by checking the database work from last time. And is there any summary of the issues for next week's Secretary General report? There is. But. No, it's nothing. Why is he smiling so brightly today? It's scary. I'll get it organized and bring it to you. Sure. April Committee. Hello. Hello, Hyjin. Hello. How have you been? Do you need anything? Oh, hello. Not in particular. Great, I've spoken with all the young male members one by one. Next is. Ugh. If I go in and greet him first, it'll make me look fair and impartial. But I still need to get the budget. Yes, come in. Hello, good morning. Yes, good morning. I could hear your voice greeting people all the way in here, Chair Song. Ha. Is that so? How are things going? What do you mean by that? I'm just asking if things are going well. You took the Secretary General position at a young age, and it's your first time. So I was wondering if it's going well. That kind of thing. It's not easy, but it is interesting. Really? Then it's your calling. Isn't it yours, Hyjin? I'm making it my calling. Why are you so cautious? Unlike me, you have people helping you. You mean the event from the other day? Yes, it looked like the chair gave you some solid support. I can't exactly refuse a kindness. Although I did want to try doing it independently. Would that be the same as being subordinate to the regional chair's influence? But I lack the practical know-how and the network. Oh, so you want independence? My heart wants it, but that doesn't mean I'm giving up on everything. That's why I'm greeting people and making my face known every day. Understood. May I ask what kind of work you're doing? I'm writing the Secretary General our report. What's? From tomorrow, a report will be sent once a week to key party officials and city council members. It's a report that compiles regional current events and issues. You'll be able to receive it starting tomorrow. This man Kong Dojun. He's certainly not someone who will end his career as just a Secretary General. That makes it harder to ask, but I have no choice. Excuse me. Secretary General, just maybe. I was thinking about hosting a youth forum for jobs in Anyang City. You're doing what? A youth forum for Anyang City youth jobs. That sounds like a good event. Yes. Yes. You're right, IT is a good event. It costs a lot of money. And it requires a large venue. I suppose it would. It requires a lot of manpower and needs to be promoted well since many people should participate, right? It would be great if it goes well, wouldn't it? Do you believe this discussion will lead to a clear benefit for the Dojun Advance Party? Rather than working hard only to have nothing left over. Those forums are usually just held for the sake of taking photos. I am aware. We just had 3 big events recently. In this situation, asking to spend that much money just to promote the face of the youth chair, who isn't even Chair Baek Young-sik, for the benefit of the party. I knew I shouldn't have said anything. Song Hye Jean, you idiot. Instead of that, why don't you try something else? Your goal is to get attention from the party members and residents, isn't it? To let them know that a person named Song Hye Jean exists in the Dojun Advance Party. I have a campaign that you could lead. There's a campaign I'd like you to lead, Hye Jean. How about a campaign to eradicate harmful facilities from school zones? You're aware there are quite a few adult entertainment establishments in Anyang, right? So, you're saying I should step up and lead the charge? Yes. If you do, I can provide support from dozens of party members who are ready to volunteer. Not just a few, but dozens. I understand. Then I'll start preparing right away. What was that all about? Why did she stop by? She seems to want to draw some attention to herself. She asked if she could host a youth employment forum. And you agreed to it? No way. Do you have any idea how much that would cost? Then why did she look so happy when she left? I made a suggestion. I asked if she'd be interested in leading a campaign to eliminate harmful facilities near schools. Oh, that's a great idea. Especially around here. Wait. Did you forget who Baek Young-sik is associated with? So you're going to use Song Hye Jean to strike at Baek Young-sik. Early the next morning. A sudden email was sent to about 40 people, including major party officials, city council members, and influential members of the Anyang City Dojun Advance Party Regional Committee. Executive Secretary Report, October, 2nd Week Regional Committee Status and Schedule. Usually, announcements were just simple posts, like Regional Committee Notice or Departmental Committee Schedule, but this was a comprehensive report of over 20 pages, issued in the name of Executive Secretary Kong Dojun. Party DB Status. Volunteer Budget Execution Details. Trends in Ordinance Amendments, a summary of District Council Member Q&As, a list of cooperation requests from local public institutions. I've never seen a report this systematic before. Did you see the contents of that report? It says it will be updated every Monday. Preparing meeting materials is going to be much easier from now on. We never had anything like this back when Director Oh Dong-sik was in charge. Things were run pretty loosely back then. The executive office system has completely changed. Oh, hello. Did you see the report too, Hye Jean? Yes, it was Quite impressive. The campaign to eradicate harmful facilities is listed right there. I only mentioned it yesterday. It's a bit surprising, but not in a bad way. Since it's framed as a discussion on how the party will provide support, it'll be much easier for me to move forward with the work. But in the end, isn't Dojun the one taking the initiative here? Well, once it officially starts, I'll be the one in the spotlight, so it's fine. And it would be difficult without the executive office's help anyway. Good, let's aim for a win-win situation. An executive secretary report. You're saying everyone is praising this? Why put in so much effort? Humph. That young brat. Don't look at it so negatively. Isn't he a talent for the party? That Dojun fellow is moving as if he's been preparing for this since the moment he became executive secretary. Sim Hong Su vice chairman of the Anyang City Daehan Advance Party Regional Committee. He's quite ambitious. You seem to find this quite pleasing. Ha ha ha. As long as the party prospers, I'm happy no matter who is responsible. Of course, I consider our chairman becoming the next mayor to be our ultimate goal. In the meantime, what's wrong with a talented young man making a name for himself? Is that so? I envy how easygoing you are. Don't think like that. Oh, Dong-sik is already gone. If you keep lingering on the past, it only makes things harder for you, Chairman. Oh, Dong-sik is like a brother to me. I know. But it'll be hard for him to return. Especially while Kang Do-jae-yuan, who holds such damaging evidence against Oh Dong-sik, is standing his ground. I also realize Secretary Kang is gradually restructuring the organization to fit his own style. But since you were the one who appointed him as executive secretary, it's hard for me to step in. This report is the same. If these reports keep coming consistently for a month, the party's city council members will start relying on them. Perhaps in the future, they won't even want to attend meetings without this report. I suspect Dojun might have even anticipated that when he created this. You understand how I feel, right? He means he doesn't want to make an enemy of someone whose potential is unknown. That's enough. I'm tired, so I'm going to the sauna. You handle the meeting, Vice Chairman. My stomach turns just looking at this. The regional committee's weekly meeting went very smoothly. Except for the fact that the most important person, the regional chairman, was absent. Everyone held their reports and discussed topics one by one, reaching conclusions without any major issues. It wasn't as if there was an agenda so critical that the regional chairman's presence was mandatory, and with the executive secretary, who manages the funds and the organization, firmly in his seat, there was no reason for the various subcommittee chairs to specifically seek out the regional chairman. I will also approve the funding for policy development regarding infertile couples. I'll have to get even closer to him from now on. Since this is my first time, I was hoping to get some guidance from the executive secretary. Could I get some tips on how to run the campaign and manage the organization? Song Hye Jean probably doesn't realize that what she's doing is essentially backstabbing Baek Young-sik. That's why she's so passionate about it. Is he really going to help her with that? Of course. When, where, who, and in what manner to conduct protests, publicity, rallies, or online petition drives, let's protect students from harmful facilities. A list of youth volunteer groups to invite, coordination for media coverage, and even the design for the banners. It's a good thing Chairman Baek Young-sik isn't here. Thank you so much. I'll buy you a meal sometime when you're free, Secretary. A meal is fine. I'm just doing my job. Then, please do your best. Deja vu. I'm saying this just in case, but I hope you don't have even the slightest thought that I might betray you. I don't want to be your enemy. Don't talk nonsense. But did you really need to lay it all out for Song Hye Jean in such detail? She's not stupid, and she has the resources, so she could have handled it herself if you just left her to it. When you fight someone, you have to put them properly in the ring. That's the only way their true self comes out. What do you mean? If she only half prepares for the fight, she'll just turn tail the moment Baek Young-sik growls at her, right? Her psychology would be that since she hasn't invested much, it's okay to give up. But if she prepares this intensely and enters the ring, her true character will show from that point on. Oh, so you're trying to find out what kind of mindset Song Hye-jin has toward politics. Exactly. Whether she's the type to back off appropriately and wait for a chance, or the type to keep fighting even if she gets beaten up. If that happens, we'll naturally find out how serious the Chongsong Foundation is about Song Hye-jin, and we'll see how Baek Young-sik views both Song Hye-jin and the Chongsong Foundation. Wow, how many birds are you hitting with one stone? But once you find out what kind of person Song Hye-jin is, then what? What are you going to do? What do you mean by, what are you going to do? I'll just know what kind of person she is. Is that it? H1SU. Do you know why kids these days like MBTI so much? Well, because they're bored and they need something to talk about at first. That's just for nerds like you. You've never dated either. I chose not to. You just couldn't. Anyway, why do you think people ask for MBTI as if they're exchanging business cards or asking for birth dates? It's because they want to know what kind of person they're dealing with. That way, they know how to handle them. I get it. You need to know what kind of politician Song Hye-jin is to know how to use her, right? Exactly. Let's just wait and see. How Song Hye-jin reacts when Baek Young-sik growls. The next day. Is Chairperson Song Hye-jin in? Huh. I don't really know. You don't? How? Baek Young-sik, who took the bait, searched for Song Hye-jin all morning. If I loiter around and bump into him, it'll just cause misunderstandings. I'll be caught soon enough once Song Hye-jin says she got the idea from me, but until then, I might as well get some work done in peace. Bro. We're in big trouble. What's wrong? Someone. On the party bulletin board. About you and the girl from the orphanage. Did they say I was toying with that poor kid? How did you? Just leave it be. What? Just leave it. Never mind that. Can you get the youth members to look for Oh Dong-sik? He's probably somewhere nearby. Please enter text. Title: I am exposing the ugly truth about Secretary General Kang Dojun. Notice, Daehan Advance Party Anyang City Gap Party Member Bulletin Board Candidate. Nice to meet you. Hello. Hello. Nice to meet you everyone. As a member of the Daehan Advance Party's Anyang Regional Committee, I cannot express how painful it is for me to be writing this right now. However, I can no longer remain silent under the weight of my guilty conscience, so I am writing this. Seobuk Orphanage, a place current Secretary General Kang Dojun frequently visited during his time on the university student committee. The real reason he visited was not to help the underprivileged children. He frequented the place to have inappropriate relationships with the female students there. Secretary General Kang Dojun's UG. On March 15, 2021, I happened to see a female student behind the orphanage. They wrote down specific dates, times, and even loca, tie-ins in detail. People will have no choice but to believe it with this. I trusted that he lived an honest life. How could he do something like this? He seemed like such a tidy and polite young man. No. I never thought he'd be that kind of person. Did you see the post? Is this Oh Dong-sik's doing? I set the bait, and they're already biting. While you look for Oh Dong-sik, find the guy who posted on the party bulletin board too. It was likely written at a PC bang. But do you have someone in mind? Kim Hyung-jong. The guy who got kicked out of the regional committee for hitting on Suyun, and hasn't been seen at the office since, only showing his face during elections. That Kim Hyung-jung, right? Did he? Don't tell me he's the one who posted this. I can't say for sure. But since it's a possibility, take some party members and check the CCTV at the PC bangs around Byongvi station. You should be able to find him quickly. Understood. Don't worry. I don't know about other people, but the guys who worked with you back in the university student committee don't believe that stuff. They might not believe it right now. But as time passes and everyone starts pointing fingers at me, they won't have a choice but to believe it. Where are you going? People can't curse me out freely if I'm around. If anyone asks where I went, tell them I stepped out to investigate the truth. I'm going to go over the phone task later, so handle that for me. Geez, does he never get angry? Secretary General Kang. Did you see the post on the party bulletin board? Don't you think an explanation is necessary? Do you think I did it? I wouldn't know. Please just do your job, Madam Chair. And I will do mine. Yes, it's me. Right, just as I suspected. Then I'm counting on you. I'll contact BMSU in a bit. Maybe I should take a nap. Good job. Lay low for a while and don't show your face. Don't you think we were too hasty? We should have verified things a bit more. What is there to verify? It's a fact that the bastard is from an orphanage, and it's true that he visited it often. We just embellished that a little. Who's going to prove otherwise anyway? Do you think he can prove he didn't do it? But what if evidence refuting it comes out? I'm asking you, how is he going to refute it? That's true. Understood. I'll see you soon on the day of the national audit. Late afternoon, well past lunchtime. An emergency meeting was convened quite some time after the incident broke out. Conference room No. 1. The meeting would have been called sooner had Secretary General Kang Dojun been here, but since he left to investigate the situation himself, the meeting was delayed. We must report this to the Ethics Committee. I understand how you feel, but we need to be cautious about this. Committee Chair, don't you know that you must act swiftly and decisively at a time like this? I told you when I saw him at the interview. He's no ordinary guy. Starting with his eyes. He's smart, isn't he? Let's go as far as making him Secretary General. If that is the case, I understand everyone's will. Effective immediately, Secretary General Kang Dojun's duties are temporarily suspended. Chairperson. Excuse me for a moment. This voice is the guy who clings to Kang Dojun's side like glue every day. Hello. I am Yang Sun-jae, the director of the Western Orphanage. I came because I heard Mr. Kang Dojun is being unfairly accused. That Mr. Dojun did such a thing with our child. They say there was an unsavory incident, but that makes no sense. That is a lie. I was on the verge of dumping that bastard Kang Dojun into a cesspool. Do you have any evidence? Just a moment ago, Baek Young-sik was internally celebrating his victory. I understand how you feel, but we must handle these matters with extreme caution. How long has Kang Dojun's presence as Secretary General been a thorn in his side? No, thorn was an understatement. It was like a splinter in his throat that was driving him mad, something he had to rip out immediately. And then, this unexpected windfall fell right into his lap. Baek Young-sik knew instantly that Oh Dong-sik was the one behind this hit job. This is a perfect 10 out of 10 performance, Dong-sik. Bravo! Everything was supposed to go exactly as Young-sik planned. At least, that's how it should have been. This is the proof. What exactly is this? Kang Dojun has been a long-time sponsor of our orphanage. These are the records of every single donation and activity he's ever participated in. Volunteering logs, photos, and even thank you letters written by the children themselves. On March 15, 2021, Dojun was part of a group tutoring session for math along with other college volunteers. The claim that he met with a female student alone is a blatant lie. Every volunteer is required to log their entry times and activities. Dojun always followed the rules to the letter. He never not once met with the children alone. Wait, then that means it's all fabricated. I asked every single one of our kids if anything like that ever happened. They all said the same thing, not a chance. They even said that if anything happens to Dojun OPPA, they'll come here and testify themselves. HYNSU. We found it. You found it? Just like you said at a PC bang in Gyeongjidong. He was there. We checked the CCTV, and Kim Hyung-jong was logged in exactly when that post went live. How can you say you don't know anything? I'm saying I don't know because I don't know. What else am I supposed to say? HYNSU told me to bring up Oh Dong-sik's name if he kept playing dumb. The guy was acting all tough at first. But the second I mentioned Oh Dong-sik, his face went pale as a ghost. Then he just bolted. We've already alerted the police, so they'll catch him in no time. Kim Hyung-jong has never volunteered at an orphanage in his entire life. Director, have you ever even heard of this Kim Hyung-jong guy? This was a total frame job against Dojun Hyung. I'm going to report former Secretary Oh Dong-sik to the police. Chairman, we believe that former Secretary General Oh Dong-sik and party member Kim Hyung-jong should be referred to the Ethics Committee immediately. What is your stance on this? That absolute moron. He just turned Kang Dojun into a hero. Stay calm. If I play this wrong now, my head will be on the chopping block right next to Oh Dong-sik case. Right. Of course we should. The attempt to frame Kang Dojun ended as quickly as it had begun. The aftermath left people feeling half guilty for doubting him. And half awed by the man himself. To think he's been supporting an orphanage since he was young, being an orphan himself. Isn't he incredible? He did all those good deeds quietly, without ever telling a soul. Seriously. He's terrifying. Who keeps meticulous records of their volunteering for years? And for this long? It's as if he predicted exactly that this would happen. Just how much did he prepare for his path to the National Assembly? This oversight was my mistake. You know, the chairwoman of the Women's Committee couldn't just stand by after seeing a report like that. Between the stuff with Hyung-jong and everything else. I guess my judgment got clouded. Even though the person who actually deserves to be grilled isn't Kang Dojun. Oh, come on, Secretary General, how could you keep such amazing deeds a secret from everyone around you? I'm officially on Team Kang Dojun now. I'll do anything for you. If I hear anyone talking trash about our Secretary General, they'll have to answer to me. I wouldn't be so sure. You never know what might happen. Oh, stop it. I'm going to make sure everyone knows about the great things you've done. The name, Kang Dojun, will be known by every single citizen in Anyang. I'd prefer it if you focused on your actual duties rather than publicizing my personal life. Excuse me. The chairwoman should focus on what she needs to do. And I will focus on what I need to do. What he needs to do. I'm sorry. Still, to act like that right away. I knew he was avoiding the spotlight on purpose. Those who were bad-mouthing him must feel pretty awkward right now. The guilt those people feel will eventually become Hyung's leverage. What happened yesterday was a major shock to our party. However, fortunately, Secretary General Kang Dojun's innocence has been proven. It has also been revealed that former Secretary General Oh Dong-sik was the man scheming behind this incident. Party member Kim Hyung-jong is currently under arrest and has confessed that he posted the thread under Oh Dong-sik's direct orders. We will handle this matter with the utmost severity and refer Oh Dong-sik to the Ethics Committee. Secretary General Kang Dojun. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help during such a disgraceful ordeal. It's fine. In fact, I'm glad the orphanage children are getting some attention because of this. I'm happy to see so many people taking an interest in volunteering and donations. Ha ha ha. See? This is exactly what I mean. Even in a situation like this, he thinks of the kids first. Having talent like this in our party is a true blessing. That's how I see it. Not at all. I just did it because I wanted to. While it was painful to see people suspect me, I believe anyone in your position would have done the same. Truly. Impressive. Word of Dojun's humble attitude spread like wildfire among the party members. A man who worried for orphans even while his own reputation was being dragged through the mud. A politician who prioritizes party unity over personal grudges. Please. Someone. Anyone. Chairman. Please, you have to help me. I really. Mr. Oh Dong-sik. Don't call this number again. You and I no longer have any connection. Hyung and to be honest, I hesitated. I wondered if I should just abandon you. But still. But I decided to stay loyal to you until the very end. That's why I did it. That is in the past. What you've done is unforgivable. You'll have to take responsibility for this on your own. One day, the same thing will happen to you. Even if I don't lift a finger, karma will come back to collect its due. Message Kim Hyung-jong appeared before the Ethics Committee this morning and made a full confession. Kim stated that he posted the defamatory thread against Secretary General Kang Dojun under the explicit instructions of former Secretary General Oh Dong-sik. Ha. Heh. Ha. You're Mr. Oh Dong-sik, correct? You'll need to come with us. Wazong City, a golf course. Ugh, what rotten luck. Is there something important going on? Lee Jin-chol, advisor to the Gyeonggi Provincial Party of the Korea Advanced Party. It's nothing special. There are just some people who are needlessly annoying, aren't there? Nice shot. I heard there was an incident in the district a while ago. Bae Jin-woo, deputy spokesperson of the Gyeonggi Provincial Party of the Korea Advanced Party. There was an unsavory incident, but we wrapped it up well. Rather, in the process, we discovered a young talent who seems like they'll be a great help to the party. You will have a chance to meet him sometime. Oh ho, really? Damn it, that bastard Oh Dong-sik again. Entertainment Establishment Cheolwajang, Kim Jae-chan. Chairman Beck. How can you do this? After all we've done for you. What is going on? The harmful facilities eradication campaign. The protests, the placards. Isn't this telling us to demolish everything and leave right now? Association President, please calm down. Could you tell me in detail what happened? You mean you don't know what your youth committee chairperson is doing? Song Hye Jean. I will verify it and contact you immediately. Verify? What is there to verify? Right now, placards are hung all over Anyang City, and they are protesting in front of our shop. If you don't fix this immediately, our relationship is over. Chairman, is something wrong? I apologize. Something urgent came up in the constituency. I think I need to excuse myself first. What is it that is so urgent? I am still grasping the situation, so I will let you know after I go and find out properly. Then, excuse me. See you again next time. Our Chairman Beck is good in every way. But he makes quite a few mistakes. Right? That is true. Still, becoming a regional committee chairman means there are many people who like him. In that sense, you have a tendency to have loose lips. Just because it's in front of me, is it okay to badmouth others so easily? Because it seems you don't like Chairman Beck that much, advisor. Actually, that's how I am. You dislike Chairman Beck. Why? I dislike people with many weaknesses. If that kind of person goes up, imagine how hard it is for the subordinates to cover for them. The reason you thought I disliked Beck Young is IK. Just a feeling. Let's just play golf. There are no fewer than 5 entertainment establishments within 100 m of the school main gate. Entertainment flyers clutter the streets and dizzy the eyes. Looking at embarrassing flyers getting kicked around while going to the academy, what will our children think? So that our children can study and grow in a safe let's all work together. Harmful facilities around schools must be eradicated. Must be eradicated. Chairperson. Regional Committee Chairman Beck Young-sik says to come into the office quickly. Right now. What are you doing? Whose permission did you get to run this harmful business eradication campaign? I uploaded this week's schedule to the meeting minutes. Didn't you check it? Like you would have read it in detail. Is Chairperson Song Hye Jean here? Originally, I planned to appease her over a drink. Enough, clear away that campaign or whatever it is. Clear it all out and don't do it again. Pardon. If you were going to say no, you should have done it earlier. I even have a meeting scheduled with a Guryo Ilbo reporter for tomorrow. If I fold it in just one day, what will they say? I cannot do that. You can't. You have to at least explain the reason. If I say don't do it, then don't do it. If you don't like it, quit being the youth committee chairperson right now. That position, I put you there. Don't forget. Understood? What do I do now? Uncle contact photos and posters. Uncle, help me. What's wrong? Actually, I was doing a harmful facilities eradication campaign. But suddenly, he told me not to do it and treated me like some servant. It was so absurd, really. He spoke as if I would end my political life if I didn't listen to him. Calm down for now. Even Chairman Beck can't mess with you recklessly. But do you have to do it? If he said so before I started, I would have quit. I have a meeting with a reporter tomorrow, how can I suddenly quit? Proceed for now. The work you are doing is just and right. The Youth Committee chairperson, sponsored by the Chongsong Medical Foundation, stepped up to improve the educational environment. This is also good for our image. Don't worry and do it confidently. Thanks, Uncle. Bureau Chief's office, it worked out just like you said, bro. Now there is no way Song Hye Jean becomes Beck Young-sik's right hand. Beck Young-sik almost had Chongsong Medical Foundation as his backing. They could bond while fighting and become even tighter. Surely not. We have to watch for now. I know Beck Young-sik well, but I don't know Song Hye Jean and the Chongsong Foundation well. Thank you all for joining us again on day 2. To ensure the children of Anyang can grow up in a safe and healthy environment, we will begin a signature campaign to eradicate harmful facilities around schools. That a youth committee chair sponsored by Chongsong Medical Foundation has stepped forward to improve the educational environment is also a good thing for our image. Don't worry, do it confidently. We ask for your active participation. Harmful Facilities Eradication Campaign Signatures. You can sign over here. Youth Committee Chair Song Hyejin. I'm reporter Jong Jae-ho from Goryeo Daily. To be honest, I initially thought this was just a simple publicity stunt. But seeing it in person, it's getting a bigger response than I expected. That can't be. This isn't a simple event. The issue of harmful facilities around schools in Anyang City is a serious problem that's been neglected for a long time. My investigation shows that 50% of schools in Anyang have adult entertainment venues within 100 meters of their gates. You even have concrete data. Of course. This isn't just an emotional play for votes, it's a policy-driven solution to a real-world problem. What kind of change would you like to bring about through this campaign? Our primary goal is to pass an ordinance banning these facilities within 200 meters of any school. And for existing businesses, we intend to prepare policies that encourage phased relocation. Of course, because this must also consider the livelihood issues of business owners, appropriate compensation and alternatives should be discussed together. That's a very systematic approach. Is this campaign being carried out under the direction of Regional Chair Baek Young-sik? This campaign is something I'm pursuing independently as Youth Committee Chair. While the party supports me, the leadership and vision behind this are entirely my own. Oh. Are there any opposing opinions within the party regarding this campaign? That can't be. It's precisely because there is the party's full support that we can carry out this kind of campaign. Thank you for your kind words. The article is scheduled to be published in tomorrow's paper. Why don't you just fire everyone and call it a day? Because of Chongsong Medical Foundation. I don't know how we should resolve this situation. We can't let that bastard Kong Dojun find out about our deal with the Entertainment Business Association president. And Kim Ji-chan is in a state of being furiously angry. I don't even know how to placate him. Rather than trying to forcibly block Song Hyejin's campaign, how about showing support at the party level instead? What do you mean by that? If I publicly support the eradication of harmful facilities, Kim Ji-chan won't leave me alone. That's why I'm saying I'll meet Kim Ji-chan. In your place, Chair. That does seem. He's offering to do the dirty work for me. So why not let him? Then I'll be in your debt. Secretary General Kong. Did you really think I wouldn't see through this? Why are you trying to push Chairperson Baek into a corner? Why do you think I did that? If you're a key party official, you know that Chair Baek Young-sik has been receiving steady support from the Anyang City Entertainment Business Association president. No, at least Oh Dong-sik. If Oh Dong-sik were still Secretary General, a campaign like this would have been killed in the first meeting. You're saying I egged Song Hyejin on? If not someone as quick-witted as you. What would a mere kid who knows nothing about Anyang City know to go out, hold a placard, and grab a microphone? What would you like me to do? For the party's sake, I don't want a talent like you wasting energy on pointless things. Consuming the party's energy on pointless things, too. That's what I mean by waste. That's not the case. What? I will definitely win the upcoming local election. We all work with that thought. I'll be a little different. I'm not just saying it. I will win no matter what. Wasted energy? If the work is necessary, it's never a waste. That's how you build political muscle and increase your endurance. Are you playing word games with me? No. Sometimes, through that process, you have to expel bad elements and take in good ones. You said you were thinking of the party, right? If it's truly for the party, not just Chairperson Baek Young-sik, then you need to trust me. Here in Anyang City, except for Dungandal Gap, IT is a region of complete defeat for the Daehan Advanced Party. If we prepare for elections the same way as before, it'll be extremely hard to win. So you're saying you intend to push Chairperson Baek out? No. I mean that whoever can defeat the United Future Party will have my absolute support. No matter who it is. I'll do my best. Don't worry too much. Politics has a way of moving in unexpected directions. You're Kong Dojun, right? My name is Lee Tae Song. I'm the maternal uncle of Youth Committee Chair Song Hyejin. I didn't come all this way to ask for some shady favor. I just wanted to talk. If you're hungry, we can grab dinner. Or perhaps just a drink. Even a cup of tea would do. If you want to talk to me, come in through the main entrance of the regional committee building. You've watched too many movies. Trying to propose without even a ring. Thank you for coming today. I came because you asked to meet, Vice Chairman, but Kim Jae-chan, President of the Entertainment Establishment Association. Honestly, I have nothing more to discuss with the Korea Advanced Party. If I knew it would be like this, I would have supported the United Future Party already. Considering how much I supported Baek Young-sik. I fully understand that point as well. Actually, this incident should be seen as a mistake that Chairman Baek failed to control properly. Is it really okay to say that so bluntly? Ahem, the excuse of a mistake won't cut it. Don't just say sorry with words, give me a solution. That is. Actually, looking into it, it seems Chairman Baek can't really exert much power over Youth Chairman Song Hye-jin. Something really did happen to Baek Young-sik. So. I will try my best to stop it, but it's hard to guarantee the result. To be honest, if it were me, I wouldn't have made this mistake. For a politician, managing supporters is the most important thing. Especially an important supporter like you, President Kim. Is that so? It's regrettable that Chairman Baek seems to have overlooked that point. Then, what thoughts do you have, Mr. Vice Chairman? I am a realistic person. Protecting youth is important, but I believe we must also respect the local economy and the rights of existing business owners. First, in the short term, I plan to gradually change the direction of the campaign. I will guide the focus to shift towards PC bangs, which actually lower students' grades, rather than entertainment establishments. And in the long term, I hope to have an opportunity to have a deeper conversation with you, President Kim. Even so, you're just a politician. While being a mere vice chairman. Well, let's watch the situation for now. Understood. But if the situation gets worse, we won't sit still either. I fully understand. I will do my best. Just my luck. What are we going to do? What do you mean, what? We gotta run. You retard. It must have been all caught on CCTV. I don't know. FCK. I'll just deny it's me. What kind of dream is this? Judging by their tone and clothes, they were students. Is it related to Song Hye-jin's campaign? Or did I just have a genuine dream for the first time in a while? Hyung. You're here. I'm going to try exercising every day following you, Hyung. You're wondering how many days I'll last, right? I can't guarantee 100% either, but I want to give it a try. Wouldn't hurt. Aren't you tired, Hyung? Since I keep running, this much is bearable. Your parents don't say anything. Of course they do. Their bastard son was doing well studying law, then suddenly he's rolling around at the bottom doing politics, so how absurd must it be for them? Just yesterday, they contacted me telling me to enter law school. Then go. Are you serious? If you roll around in the political field, you never know what will happen or when. Better to go to law school, get a lawyer's license, and come back. I don't want to. Leaving everything else aside, it's not fun. Do you know when I was the most excited in my life? It was when I was running around doing the presidential election campaign with you, Hyung. Running around in the ever-changing political field next to you fits me best. That's the most fun. I'm envious. That you find that fun. You don't, Hyung. I think you enjoy it the most. Huh, does it look like I'm enjoying it? Then. I'm struggling to survive. Struggling. Honestly, even if you stayed still, wouldn't someone at your level steadily climb up? Who knows? If that would really happen. I heard Vice Chairman Shim Hong Su met with Association President Kim Jae-chan. How did you know that again? Vice Chairman Shim Hong Su's secretary is your fan, Hyung. I asked and she told me right away. Fan. You aimed for this, right? Didn't you gently scratch Vice Chairman Shim Hong Su's side? Rather than scratching his side, I just told him the reality. Where is Shim Hong Su from? Chungcheong District. Right, he's not from here. What about Baek Young-sik? Baek Young-sik isn't from Anyang either. If you look at it, neither of them are from here. The regional chairmen from here were all swept away in the previous election, and there were even confirmed rulings of election law violations. So they parachuted those two in. From Anyang's perspective, both are outsiders. From Shim Hong Su's perspective, if we lose this local election, he'll either remain as vice chairman. Or if things go well, he'll just be an advisor for the Seoul or Gyeonggi provincial party. He wouldn't even be able to dream of jumping into the election as a regional chairman, the core of real power, or get a proportional representation seat. Since Baek Young-sik is above him anyway, he stepped back thinking it wasn't his turn. Oh Dong-sik was close enough to call Baek Young-sik brother, but Shim Hong Su wouldn't have even expected Baek Young-sik to lead him. He probably thought the real game starts after the local election, when the regional chairman's seat becomes empty regardless of whether Baek Young-sik gets elected or not. But what happens if Baek Young-sik disappears here? Right in this local election. Exactly. He, who was nothing but a candidate, could carve the Korea Advanced Party's number 2 on his chest and step into the ring. If he's a man with ambition, he'll try to overtake Baek Young-sik, if not, he'd be busily praising Baek Young-sik and soothing the association president right now. So now you're going to help Vice Chairman Shim Hong Su to clear away Baek Young-sik? Nope. I'm on the side of the guy who wins, and the side of the guy who helps me. Weren't you on bad terms with Baek Young-sik? Bad terms, yeah. Speak of the devil. Baek Young-sik Regional Chairman. Hello. Director Kong, let's meet for a bit before the morning meeting today. Understood. You heard. You're on bad terms but you can hold hands. That's how politics is originally. And you still find this fun? It's fun. The dopamine is insane. You run a bit more than come in. I'm going to wash up and go meet Chairman Baek. That face isn't enjoying it, you say? Regional Chair Baek Young-sik asked Dojun for a very brief favor. I'm asking you, immediately stop that ridiculous campaign. Stop it immediately. You've probably already gained all the political advantages you could, haven't you? Your face is well known, and I hear you even did interviews with reporters. But it just started catching fire. There's a debate with parents scheduled for today. Go attend the debate. Yes. Just don't hold pickets or the microphone. Just have a discussion with the parents in a quiet place, that should be possible. Do you know how ridiculous I'll look if I do that? Have you ever tutored anyone before? Yes, why? I don't think you've ever worked part-time either. I did some part-time jobs in college, and of course, I tutored as well. Then the story will be easy. I mean, if it's not a difficult concept but the student just can't understand it. You're mistaken. I'm not asking you to stop the campaign for my own benefit. I'm doing this for you. Why? If you don't listen, Baek Young-sik will get into a difficult situation. Then he'll pressure me even more, right? I don't want to fight over meaningless things, so I'll return all party members who were mobilized for the campaign. And you? Hold a picket and speak alone. Without any party members? If you want to build an image of a warrior who overcomes the Daehan Advancement Party's oppression, I'll admit it. With that image, you can go to the Unified Future Party and apply for proportional representation and the fastest. Is it right to make me look like a fool like this? Doesn't anyone care about my face? Youth Chairperson Song Hye Jin, don't be mistaken. Right now, you're nothing. Parents? Do you think they'll remember you when you run for the general election years later? Winning or losing depends not on who you are, but more on the atmosphere during the election. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you have nothing to say, go ahead. Youth Chairperson Song Hye Jin has decided to stop the campaign. Regional Chair Beck Youth Chairperson Song Hye Jin has decided to stop the campaign. Regional Chair Beck Young-sik, thank you. Vice Chairperson Shim Hong-su Youth Chairperson Song Hye Jin has decided to stop the campaign. Vice Chairperson Shim Hong-su, thanks. I won't forget this favor. Uncle, it's me. What's the matter? Why are you like this? I'm really so angry. I feel like I'm going crazy. Where are you? Can you go out now? Yes. Then let's meet at a cafe near Pyeongchon Station in 30 minutes. It's on my way. I'm not crying. I know. Don't tell Mom or Dad. I won't. Working with adults isn't easy, right? I started this campaign truly for youth. I don't understand why Chairman Beck is oppose it so much. Could it be some thing with entertainment business owners? Politics, Hyjin. Often the surface reason and the real reason are different. Chairman Beck opposing this is probably not just about the entertainment establishments, but about his relationship with the local merchant association. Merchant association? Yes. The Entertainment District Merchant Association is a key vote base in local elections, and a significant source of donations. If you step forward claiming to purify the district, those people will feel their livelihoods are threatened and pressure Beck Young Sik. I understand the merchants' pressure, but honestly, in elections, votes are important, and aren't parents far more important than the merchant association? No. Why? Parents don't express their opinions clearly. But the Merchant Association directly donates political funds under the guise of sponsorship and tells you which party to support. If it were you, who would you choose? I understand. But why not tell me directly and go through conglomerate? That's politics. You use others' hands for dirty work. That young man, conglomerate, is smarter than he looks. He carries out the chairman's errands while also securing his own benefits. Securing benefits. Since you quietly stepped back, he gets the bonus of being seen as successfully persuading Chairperson Song. I don't know exactly how this will play out for conglomerate, though. What should I do? Just stay still like this? No, this is just the beginning. Learn from this and act smarter. Politics is like chess, sometimes stepping back prepares you for your next victory. First, reframe stopping the campaign as taking time to gather broader opinions from local residents. Second, shift focus from entertainment establishments to issues like youth jobs or housing, which even party leadership can't oppose. And third, in the future, consult me first before taking important actions. From now on, I'll handle it directly. Don't rush, focus on building a solid base. Someone like Dojun could eventually be turned to our side. Come to my house this weekend. Meet my father too and plan the future in more detail. Understood, uncle. I'll act more wisely. Go back safely. And don't cry again. I'm not crying, really. I used to think I was smart. I was ignorant about this world. The people here are far beyond my imagination. I won't lose either. 13,801. Thank you. Grandma Kim always calls my brother if there's no one else. He's not even a college student now. She does that because she can't trust anyone else. But she still pays a better hourly wage. Compared to a secretary general's salary, the hourly wage is laughable. What's a laughable hourly wage in this world? Well, that's just how I put it. Even if Grandma Kim passes soon, she'll still only vote for the Unified Future Party. Then we have to do better. That's how she'll vote for US. Even the local senior center she goes to is a potential vote base. Wow. Really admirable. How can all her thinking lead to the same conclusion? Speaking of which, one question. Are we just letting Song Hye Jin go? She should be scolded. Where? Are you saying she walks around showing how angry she is? She's angry because she got scolded. It's understandable since it would seem like an unfair order. And remember, Song Hye Jin is impressive enough that Chairman Beck wanted her close by. Ha, that's why you can't beat a golden spoon. You're golden spoon enough yourself. Anyone seeing you would think you grew up poor. Your father works at a top law firm in Gangnam. Totally different level from a foundation-backed kid. I didn't see Song Hye Jin as bad. She actually tries to act on her own ideas. Regardless of background, anyone entering politics first rubs their hands together. Could Song Hye Jin be seen as a partner? Huh, what partner? She can't even control her basic habits. I'm just saying she has potential. Not Song Hye Jin. If it's Chongsung Medical Foundation behind her, then there's some sense. For now. Song Hye Jin isn't our enemy, right? Djun. Our SU Young. We can't reach SU Young. Huh? SU Young? Since when? Since after school, we haven't been able to contact her. She wouldn't do this. Should we go to the police? Or just wait? Could that dream? Hyunsu, take Grandma to the police station immediately. Hyunsu, take Grandma straight to the police station. I'll gather party members and start searching. Why party members? I'll explain later, hurry. Pair up in twos and search around the park area. This is also all for the citizens of Anyang. Search with all your heart, thinking this could happen to your own family. Yes. I'll check Central Park. I'll check around Pyeongkon High School. Swayong. 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 We found her. The park next to Guizhong Elementary. Yuri. Yuri. While she was working at the mart with her younger child next to her, their mother realized at some point that the younger one was no longer in sight. They checked the situation through CCTV. After wandering alone inside the store and then going out, the younger child vanished without a trace. They reported it to the police, but no clear lead was found. Their mother completely collapsed. It's my fault. It's my fault, I lost my child. She had no choice but to take the younger one to work because the mart owner promised to pay double hourly wage. This is your fault. You can always find another job, but why? Why? Yes. It's my fault. My fault. In the end, father stopped his one-man protest. No, maybe it's better to say he gave up on everything. That's when a strange madness started to show in mother's eyes. This is a disaster caused by unfair dismissal. We have to get compensation. Only then can we find Yuri. I was only 10 years old, and I could only see mother's face right before going to sleep. She spent all day filing lawsuits against Gwangin Group and searching for my younger sibling. Even after all our money ran out and we sold our home to live in a tiny Gashawon room, Moem never gave up. I have to find Yuri. Yuri. I'll get compensation from Gwangin Group, and with that money, I have to find Yuri. So you're Dojun. I still can't forget the pitying looks the police officers gave me when they suddenly showed up at the Gashawon. I learned much later that my mother died on the spot in a traffic accident. Dojun. Over here. Where is she? There. I called 119. They'll be here soon. The paramedic said it doesn't look like a very serious injury. That's a relief. Yeah, really. You did something big. A witness said they heard what sounded like kids fighting somewhere. But how did you know she'd be in the park? I just thought, if something bad were to happen around here, where would it be? And honestly, nowhere else came to mind. Regional Committee Chairman Baek Young-sik. This was it. The reason this child appeared in my dream. Hanwon University Hospital Emergency Room. She has contusions from external trauma and a mild concussion, but thankfully her life is not in danger. So that's why you called the party members. I'm glad we found her quickly. Dojun. I don't know if I've ever been this grateful in my life. You found our Swyong for US. Thank you. Thank you so much. I only did what had to be done, Grandma. No. If it weren't for you, our Swyong. I don't even want to imagine it. Honestly, seeing a kid your age doing politics, flitting around every neighborhood, I didn't like it. I'd think, what does he even know about politics? And yet, seeing you work so hard made me feel sorry for you too. Did I ever change my mind just because you were working hard? Even now, it's the same. I've voted for the United Future Party all my life and I'll probably continue to do so. But if you run as a candidate, I'll vote for you. I'll convince everyone in the neighborhood and make you a member of the National Assembly. I didn't find Swyong because I wanted that. I know. You don't need to explain, I understand you well enough. I'm just telling you how I feel. Just keep it in mind. The next morning. Why didn't you answer my call last night? I'm sorry. Something urgent came up. What happened? A local resident's grandchild went missing, and I helped with the search. Really? That happened? Then why didn't you report it to me? It was such an urgent situation that I had no time. Make some time this afternoon. Is something going on? Do you know someone named Kim Jae-chan? I'm not sure, doesn't ring a bell. He's the head of the Entertainment Establishments Association. And he's not just any association head, he's a famous former loan shark in southern Gyeonggi. There aren't many people who haven't taken his money to do politics, so let's have dinner with him today. I'm sorry, but I'd rather not attend that meeting. What did you say? I'm sorry. But if you insist on meeting him, Chairman, I'll try to arrange a place as quiet as possible. Who do you think you are, making decisions on your own? Are you just going to keep quiet? I simply have no desire to meet someone like that. I'm someone who's confident in doing whatever it takes to win an election, but even I have one ironclad rule. That is to never associate with people of poor character. It's not because I'm a good person. It's because I don't want to create even the slightest flaw for my future. If I were to meet someone like that now, it could come back to haunt me once I become a member of the National Assembly. You arrogant brat. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other businesses to attend to. Song Hye Jin, Youth Committee Chair, do you have a moment to talk? Kong Do-jae-yun, Secretary General, let's talk later when you have time. Song Hye Jin. No, the Chongsong Medical Foundation. It's not time for that yet. The investigation reveals that the suspects are all seniors at the same high school as Suyong. Based on the CCTV footage and witness statements, it appears they ran into Suyong, who was in the same class, started a confrontation, and it escalated into an assault. Just as I expected. The direction shown in my prophetic dream is accurate. Do these students have any history of being involved in similar incidents in the past? Yes. I've heard that a few of them have prior records of school violence. We don't have the records here, but I was told the school had taken administrative action against them. Could I get more details about that incident? I only heard about it, so I can't say for sure. It's a story I heard from a friend who was in the same class as SUYONG, and I haven't officially inquired with the school for precise information. Apparently, back then, that friend lived in Yongin and led a group in bullying someone, and after the victim's parents filed a strong case, they ended up transferring here. Is that all? Yes, that's it. We'd need to look into it more for the exact details, but for us to dig any deeper. I understand what you're saying. You've done more than enough by telling me this much. I appreciate your understanding. I know well that Anyang City is safe thanks to the hard work of police officers like you. I'll do my best to ensure the Daehan Advanced Party pays more attention to the welfare of our officers. Oh, it's just our job. Thanks to you, I've managed to save some face with Kim Jae-chan. But Kim Jae-chan doesn't seem to fully trust me yet. Of course not. It's not like you've known him long. Seeing as Baek Young-sik is asking to meet Kim Jae-chan together right now, it's clear who Kim Jae-chan trusts more at this point. And? Damn it. How can I pull Kang Dojun over to my side? What does he need? I still haven't found that one thing that makes me go, this is it. Baek Young-sik's greatest political support base is Assemblyman Lee Bok-hyung, who served 5 terms in Suwon. The reason Lee Bok-hyung could win 5 terms was thanks to the money coming from a construction company called JO Construction. And the person who managed a portion of that money was none other than Kim Jae-chan. Now that JO Construction is struggling, he's lost his backing and is just a guy running hostess bars, but his influence in the region is still considerable. And if you, the Secretary General, and I were to meet Kim Jae-chan, then in one fell swoop. Why are you laughing like that? I'm sorry. I just couldn't hold back my laughter for a moment. I'm asking what was so funny. Why are you so desperate to meet Kim Jae-chan? What's the big deal about him? What? So what if he has some local influence? It's just nauseating. Do you really think he's going to deliver some massive block of votes? Elections are about riding the wind. A few hundred votes that are guaranteed for the vice chairman. Sure, they're important, but you can't win with just that. Who doesn't know that? It's because nobody knows where that wind is coming from, how it's blowing, or where it's going to end up. Actually, there was an incident. A child on their way home from an academy was severely injured after being assaulted by someone. Fortunately, I found the child and prevented any major injuries. You did? Impressive. You really did a great thing. It was just luck that I was able to find that child. Luck is everything. Just like how Chairman Beck is taking all the credit for the good image the party will get from this. That's right. If things keep going this way, that is. The fact that the victim was a student is significant. And if the perpetrator was also a fellow student. Are you talking about school violence? Yes. And if I may mention one thing, Chairman Baek Young-sik doesn't have any definitive weaknesses that would violate the law. But he does have a few weaknesses that could become quite sensitive depending on how they're framed. Don't tell me. Yes. Chairman Baek Young-sik's son was once disciplined for school violence. Then the locals will use that against Chairman Beck. No. It's no fun going about it that way. There's still time left before the local elections. Do you think the locals will remember Chairman Beck's weakness until then? By then, some big national issue will have shifted the focus, and residents will just cast their votes based on their own political leanings. Then there's no fun in it. So, how can we make this into a truly magnificent masterpiece? You see, a truly interesting drama has to grab your attention from the very first episode. Secretary General Report. I'm going to highlight that issue in the Secretary General Report to be issued next week. The stories from the city council members and party officials who know Chairman Beck's weakness well will circulate and make their way up. And the party leadership, wanting to reduce risk before the election, will push Baek Young-sik out. It would be only natural for you, the vice chairman, to take that empty spot. How does that sound? Do you like it? It's magnificent. Could I perhaps hear the story for the next episode too? From episode 2, there's a fee. Damn it. I guess I have no choice. Just don't make it too expensive. Anyang Regional Committee Office Directors Report, Daehan Advanced Party. Anyang Regional Committee Office Directors Report, Daehan Advanced Party. I wrote that the party dues payment rate rose by 5% compared to last month, and new member registrations increased by 15. Good. But you need to be more specific here. Add an analysis of which districts saw an increase and the age demographics. And I'll handle this part myself. Youth safety and school violence issues. The recent teenage assault case in our district shows that the issue of school violence remains grave. In particular, unlike in the past, the amount of information available to voters has increased exponentially with the development of various social media platforms and YouTube. Furthermore, due to severe inequality, voters' dissatisfaction and anger toward an unjust society have reached a breaking point. We must grasp this psychological state of the voters to win the election. Therefore, by responding more immediately and preemptively to incidents of school violence, and by shaping the narrative, we can strengthen the party's public image. Wow! Baek Young-sik wants to get angry, but he can't. He wants to curse you out, but he's stuck. You have to write even more deviously. Without mentioning it directly, make it so the reader can connect the dots. But isn't it dangerous? If Chairman Baek Young-sik sees this, he might not be able to explode, but he won't just sit still. Of course he won't sit still. But it doesn't matter. Even if he stops us from mentioning school violence in future reports. Yeah. I'm just a powerless regional office director throwing out conversation starters anyway. If he says stop, I'll stop, but will the higher UPS feel the same? If this content reaches the floor leaders, forget about losing the nomination, there will be immediate talk of replacing the regional chairman. If we're lucky. From then on, it'll depend on Vice Chairman Shim Hong-soo's finishing touch. Shouldn't our party mention practical measures to eradicate school violence immediately? If the opposition party seizes the narrative first, it'll be disadvantageous for us. Besides. Oh, never mind. Let's wait and see what kind of policies come out of the city council first. Rather than waiting, I wish the party would issue some guidelines. That way, we can look forward to the next election. Director, I saw the report and it's amazing. If high-quality reports like this keep coming in, the city councilors and party officials will all be waiting only for your reports, Director Kong. Actually, I reflected a lot after hearing your advice back then. I realized I'm still quite lacking when it comes to politics. Is that so? Following your advice, I've decided to stop the campaign to eradicate harmful facilities. That's a good decision. Since we've already shown the public that the Daehan Advanced Party reacts sensitively to harmful facilities, a bit of minor distrust toward the chairman shouldn't be a major issue. Minor distrust. Thank you. So, I've changed my thinking a bit. Instead of the adult entertainment business issue, I'll put youth jobs and housing issues at the forefront. Is that advice she got from her uncle at Chongsong Medical Foundation? That's a fine idea. I'll tell the youth members to support it. Thank you. Office Director Kong Dojun. This should further prevent internal strife within the committee. Since Baek Young-sik is about to turn everything upside down anyway. Is that why Vice Chairman Shim Hong Soo is staying so quiet right now? This is why the most important thing in politics is reading the room. This son of a bitch. Should I have dug deeper when I heard the story about the missing local resident? I should have made sure things didn't turn out like this. Kong Dojun. If the city councillors and key party officials report this, and if it spreads to the people in the Gyeonggi and Seoul provincial offices, I should call that bastard right now and... Huuu. How should I? Pick up. Oh, have you eaten yet? Chairman, what brings you to call so early? Ha ha ha, it's nothing really, but I have something urgent to discuss. Do you have a moment? Right now? Immediately? Yes. I'll head to where you are, advisor. Daehan Advanced Party Gyeonggi Provincial Office, Yongin. I'm sorry. Advisor Lee Jin-cheol, it was an urgent call, so I took it for a moment. Not at all. You should take the calls you need to take. How have things been lately? Assemblyman Go Jongji UK. It's difficult. Since we lost the general election, I'm working myself to death to try and win the upcoming local elections. I will help out a lot in the district. Coming from you, Assemblyman Go, that gives me strength. In that sense, there's something I've been looking at quite closely today. It's a weekly report from the Office Director of the Anyang Regional Committee, and it's been providing a lot of diverse perspectives and information. Office Director's Report, 20XX. XXXX. 20XX. XXXX. Daehan Advanced Party. I heard the office director isn't even 30 yet, but he seems like a very fine talent. Is that so? I personally dislike people with many weaknesses. When someone like that goes up, do you know how hard it is for the subordinates to cover for them? I personally agree with that wholeheartedly. Come in. What is so urgent that you came to? I'll be blunt. Please help me just this once. Baek Young-sik. There have only been a few times he's groveled like this. I have no idea what you're talking about. A young office director put something in a report that he shouldn't have. You're not asking for disciplinary action, are you? Would asking for it even work? It probably wouldn't. In fact, it would only make things more difficult for you, Chairman. I'll handle the fallout one way or another, so. Kong Dojun. Can you send that son of a BTCH to another region? To put it simply, a school violence problem has arisen in our area. When kids grow up, they get into fights and all that. It's not like these kinds of problems only happen in our area, right? That's right. I also got into a lot of fistfights in my younger days. It could have been overlooked. But some young Secretary General had to start filing reports and making a scene. They made a huge scene and ran that story as the centerpiece. I've heard about it. I hear the Secretary General for Anyang City has been putting out weekly reports lately. That true? It's quite well regarded, so everyone is paying attention, and of all things, it happened to contain something that would make you, Chair, uncomfortable, is that it? That's right. It's not something I can decide. You know, a move like that requires the authority of the Gyeonggi Provincial Party Chair, at the very least. I know. That's exactly why I came to see you in person, advisor. Advisor Lee Jin-cheol is very close with Gyeonggi Provincial Party Chair, Gu Hyung-pyo. It's an open secret among party officials that the two of them belong to the same faction. I'm sorry, but I can't grant that. Advisor. Chair, that request you're making now is no different from telling me to stop doing politics. It's just transferring one Secretary General to a different district. For example, somewhere like Yangpyeong. I've heard there are no standout young party members there, so I was thinking we could send him over. If we frame it as a way to distribute young talent evenly, the justification is solid, isn't it? If this goes wrong, even the Gyeonggi Provincial Party chair could get dragged in. Just a single Secretary General, you say? Where in the party rules does it say you can move someone who doesn't want it to another region? Is the Secretary General some kind of public servant that you're telling me to rotate him around? Advisor. For now, Chair, I'll at least speak to the Gyeonggi Provincial Party chair, but don't expect it to go through. The only reason I'm going this far is because of the connection I've built up with you, Chair. Do you understand? Thank you. Phew. Can we really keep as chair a green kid who wavers over a single report? If he were actually competent, that would be one thing. But he is far too reckless. We can't leave him as he is. This is the best way to beat the United Future Party in this local election. Grandma, hello. Oh my, Dojun. Look who it is. Come on in, come on. Here, have one of these. It's okay. I'll pay and drink it. I have a reputation to uphold as the party secretary general. If I start taking hand-outs, someone's bound to talk. Who's going to say something to you? Bring them here. I'll pour out a whole bowlful of curses on them. Here. Drink up. It's warm. If my parents were still around, I think they would have looked after me just like Grandma Kim. How is Swyong doing? He's much better now. He says that when she sees you, Dojun, she'll thank you. So. Will he keep going to school? I don't know. He says once he feels better, he'll study at home. Those bad kids need to be transferred so our Swyong can go back to school without being afraid, right? That's right. I'll check in from time to time and see what happens. Aren't I working you too hard? Huh, so far it's fine. The election is still ahead, so I'm not extremely busy yet. Come to think of it, our Seniors Association has a small event this weekend, drop by and show your face for a bit. Me? Yes, you just have to say that I called you, so don't worry about others and come give a big greeting. Thank you. I wanted to ask you for that, but you're looking out for me first, Grandma. This much is nothing. Really. If any news comes from the police, I'll hear about it again. Okay, thank you. Hello, Secretary General. We meet again. Nice to meet you. You really came. You told me to come see you, so I have to come. Otherwise, you wouldn't have met me, would you? That's right. Back then, that wasn't an excuse. If you want to talk with me, you can come in through the front entrance of the regional committee building. You've watched too many movies. If you aren't bold enough to walk through the front doors of the committee building, then as far as I'm concerned, you aren't worth meeting. If he were someone without sense, he would have kept sending other people or asking for a meeting over the phone, and if he had, I would never have agreed. Does Song Hyejin know that her uncle has come to see me? I was going to say hello when I met her, but I haven't seen her yet. Then what did you tell the party members as the reason you're here? I told them honestly. That I'm someone working in the medical field in the region and that I had something urgent to discuss with the Secretary General. I see. Chongsong Medical Foundation Lee Tae-song Director of External Cooperation, someone working in the medical field in the region, huh? It's not completely wrong. Even though the Secretary General is not a channel for directly hearing the grievances of local residents, do you have a reason for coming to see me? He's definitely around the same age as Hye Jin, but the atmosphere he gives off is different. He clearly has some experience that's not typical for his age. You may not believe it, but by pure chance I saw a report you had written, Secretary General. By chance, you say? Yes. By chance, I came to see my niece and happened to see you focused on the report, and somehow. I was curious whether I had correctly grasped the intention contained in that report. I don't believe that is something the director should be involved in. If I've assessed the situation correctly, I thought we might make good partners. You and me, director. How dare he think we're equals? Is that what he's saying? Why am I so shaken? This isn't like me. I'm sure you know this well too, Secretary General. Ultimately, to succeed in politics, you need someone higher up to pull you up. Even if Deputy Chairperson Shim Hong-su becomes the regional chairperson, he lacks the power to pull you up. Do you agree? Well, that's someone who is highly competitive and can secure a definite win in the next local election. And someone who has ties with the floor leader, the very core of the party. What if someone like that became the regional chairperson? Are you talking about Anyang City Council member Song Yun-mi? How did you know that? It's obvious. Someone with a wide network, a doctor for a husband, and ties to the floor leader's faction. Besides, as a current city council member, she's a highly competitive candidate for the next mayoral election. That won't happen. If the higher UPS decide to parachute her in as the regional chairperson, I wouldn't be able to stop it, but if they say they'll listen to the regional committee's opinion, I will submit my rejection. Why is that? Because you requested it. Because I requested it? Yes. Then what if I had requested Deputy Chairperson Shim Hong-su? Then I would fight tooth and nail to recommend someone else. And I would make sure that person becomes the regional chairperson. So it's not simply because you dislike me, then? Of course not. Why would I dislike you when we've only just met? That this city of Anyang belongs to Conglomerate. Is that what he means? Understood. If you ever need anything, please feel free to contact me anytime. I will see what I can do for the region. Whoa. UNC. Why are you here? And why didn't you tell me? About Secretary General Kong. I wanted to have a chat with him after reading the report you gave me. What did you talk about? What is it? Because I still haven't figured out if going to see him today without telling you was a good idea or not. Wow, I'm dying of curiosity. Tell me everything from start to finish. Starting with why you went to see him. Secretary General Kong Dojun is openly trying to oust Chairperson Baek Young-sik, right? Why is he going that far? Are they on such bad terms that Baek Young-sik has to go? I was curious about that, too. I understand the current situation, but I figured he wouldn't answer even if I asked for the reason, so I didn't. But now that we're done talking, I have a guess. How so? Fine. Then something else. Why did he say absolutely not to the person you recommended? If he even said he wouldn't want Deputy Chairperson Shim Hong-su. Hyjin. Politics is fundamentally about give and take. If you give something, you have to get something back. Who doesn't know that? Ha, you're like a student who knows the formula but can't solve the equation. Let's think about it. Suppose I recommended Song Yun-mi and she became the regional chairperson. Who would Song Yun-mi be grateful to? I see. Whoever you push to succeed, they would be more grateful to you than to Secretary General Kong Dojun? Exactly. That's why Secretary General Kong said that. It's not because he dislikes me. That guy knows the nature of politicians far too well. He's not even that much older than me. Just what do I have to do to catch up to him? He's not ordinary, is he? He's far from ordinary. You rate him that highly? He was even looking down on me. His vibe suggested he didn't even consider me a worthy opponent. That's ridiculous. No. It's the truth. If I didn't have the Chongsong Medical Foundation behind me, he probably wouldn't have even shown his true colors. Why? He doesn't consider me a partner, but the Chongsong Medical Foundation is different. That's why he showed me what kind of person he is. What does that mean? You'll understand what I mean eventually. Then why can't you figure out if seeing him was a good idea or not? I think it was a good idea in that it gave me a chance to learn a little bit about what kind of person Kong Dojun is. Then why do you think it might not have been? Because I met him unprepared and got completely blindsided. Didn't Kong Dojun just reject your offer and leave it at that? No. The Chongsong Medical Foundation has already shown its willingness to put effort into creating a candidate with the potential to become the mayor of Anyang. But we can't just back out now. Even if only for your sake right now. If I pull out now, how do you think Kong Dojun will treat you? He'll see us as thugs who tried to throw our weight around to grab a piece of the pie and bailed when it didn't work out, won't he? Even if he doesn't see us that way, that's how he'll treat you. No, we have no choice but to tread carefully around Secretary General Kong Dojun, for your sake. Frankly speaking, with the power the foundation holds, we could easily blow someone like Kong Dojun away. But the only thing Kong Dojun would lose is his Secretary General position. What about us? Kong Dojun knows that exactly. Besides, the power Kong Dojun wields here in Anyang is greater than you'd think. He's a guy who knows exactly what weapons he possesses. Ugh, so frustrating. Since coming here, I feel like I'm just acting as Kong Dojun's puppet. You shouldn't think of it too negatively. There is exactly one benefit. What is it? You. If you stick close to him, he'll probably be someone you can learn from more than anyone else. To the point where there's no better person to be your tutor. You're telling me to learn his brand of politics? It wouldn't hurt. But you must keep this in mind. That guy is the epitome of a perfect politician. What's wrong with that? He acts like an angel to the local constituents who give him their votes, but to his political rivals, he's worse than a devil. Will you really be able to remain by his side as a useful person? So I ended up getting invited after all. The Senior Citizens Association is a place that always draws attention from the political sphere. While younger individuals tend to avoid discussing politics, the elderly do not hesitate to speak of their political beliefs. A gathering place for people who are always ready to proclaim their political beliefs based on their convictions. That place is precisely the Senior Citizens Association. But this place, the Byeongjidong Senior Citizens Association, isn't really like the Daehan Advanced Party. The reason is simple. After a candidate of the Daehan Advanced Party became mayor of Anyang City, the budget for senior welfare in Byeongjidong was sharply cut, forcing them to move from the originally large senior citizen center into this smaller place. Dojun, over here. Come on over. Why are you calling out so loudly? There are many people around. Are you embarrassed? I called you over, so what are they gonna do? This is Grandma Usin, my best friend. This is the guy who saved our grandson. To be honest, I was skeptical at first since he's one of those Daehan Advanced Party guys, but the way he carries himself is solid. He's diligent, and he's nothing like the typical kids these days. I heard. You saved Swyong, right? I'll remember that. This is Dojun, my grandson. Nice to meet you. This grandma, even though she looks like this, used to be a principal. Byeongjidong Senior Citizens Association, dear sisters and brothers, nice to see you again. Just how much energy did they drain from you? You left all lively, but came back looking half dead. Don't even ask. As if I'd become a National Assembly member, I had to shake every single hand. The elders are all lonely, so they keep holding on and don't let go, right? Yeah, that's right. I'm tired, so I should get some rest. Sure, I'll finish up my work then. To get into a place the Daehan Advanced Party couldn't wedge itself into. This is truly overwhelming. The locals are in an uproar, saying the whole region would fall apart without me. Are you really going to give up on the local elections like this? Are you absolutely confident? I'm telling you. Do you know how loyal the party members are to me? I'll show you firsthand that Anyang City's organizational power is the strongest it's ever been. Chairman. Just trust me this one time. Chairman. You mean? No way. The Gyeonggi Provincial Party Chair. Hyung. You've got a call. Why did you wake me up at the most crucial moment? What? It's nothing. Gyeonggi Provincial Party Vice Chair, Usonggi Vice Chair Usonggi. Hello, Vice Chair. Hello, Secretary General Kong Dojun. I'm Usonggi, Vice Chair of the Gyeonggi Provincial Party. May I ask what this call is regarding? It's nothing much. There are just a few things I'd like to confirm. Would it be possible to check them over the phone? Could you tell me what the matter is about first? It's nothing major. I'm just looking into a few local activities. Depending on this question, Baek Youngsik's fate could be decided. If you don't mind, could I come and discuss this with you in person? Pardon? You'll come in person? Yes, I haven't been to the Gyeonggi Provincial Party office yet, and I happen to have some business nearby. Also, I've been hoping to meet the vice chairwoman once. Would that be alright? Well. Alright. When can you come? Right now. Not just anyone, but the Gyeonggi Provincial Party chairman. And on top of that, he even agreed to meet Baek Youngsik and listen to him. There's not enough information. The same goes for Vice Chairwoman Usonggi. All I know is that she ran for the National Assembly in Gimpo and lost. Usonggi was a talent recruited from outside by the party leader before the election, so there's no information about her. Nice to meet you. Goodness. I never imagined a Secretary General could be this young. And this handsome too. How old are you? I'm 26. No way. You're the Secretary General at 26. Wait, when did you even start in politics? I've done all sorts of things locally since high school. Since high school? So, you're still a student now. But a student can't sit in the Secretary General position. I graduated earlier this year. Which university? I graduated from Seoul National University's Department of Political Science and International Relations, notably as the valedictorian. Top graduate of SNU's Department of Political Science and International Relations. So that's why you're a Secretary General at this age. I had no idea there was talent like this. Oh, that's alright. You must have been very busy. Busy? Busy with what? If there's talent like this, you have to make time even if you don't have any. I was agonizing over how to win over the vice chair. It's a relief that she showed interest first. It's rare for the Anyang City Secretary General to come personally like this, and you said you wanted to meet me too. Is there any particular reason for that? Since I've been involved in politics from a young age. Because I was young and lacked experience, there weren't many places where I could voice my opinion. But when you were campaigning in Gimpo, I noticed something. I wanted to give you my opinion. Your opinion? About the election strategy back then? That's right. This might sound presumptuous, but I believe if you had only slightly adjusted your election strategy, the outcome would have been different. The vote gap was only 3.5%, wasn't it? Oh my, you remember that? Of course. I was really disappointed back then. So, what do you think was lacking? Your approach of leading with policy, specifically infrastructure projects like the extension of Subway Line 5, and your focus on boosting the local economy were solid strategies. However, since the opponent also made similar pledges, I believe you should have shifted your strategy midway. You should have pointed out that although the opposing assembly member served 3 terms in Gimpo, he fulfilled only 30% of his pledges. 30%? Wasn't his pledge fulfillment rate around 60%? No. Compared to the pledges he made in his campaign booklet during the election, the pledges he fulfilled while serving as an assembly member were far fewer. When I calculated it, it turned out to be about 40%. If you had appropriately inflated those facts and painted him as an incompetent amateur who achieved nothing despite serving 3 terms, I believe you could have overturned that 3.5%. You're the Anyang City Secretary General. Have you ever thought about moving to a different area? I'm sorry. I've been here for quite a while now, so moving somewhere else. So, Anyang is Secretary General Kong Dojun's backyard, huh? I have to admit. It's quite tempting. Not at all. And I publish a weekly report. Would you like to take a look? This is why I had to come here in person. What do you think of Chairman Baek Young-sik, Secretary General? Director Lee Tae-sung is an outsider to the party. Now that his true intentions have already been exposed, I didn't mind letting a bit of my own slip. A key party official like Vice Chairwoman Yoo Song-gi. I believe he is a truly remarkable individual. He is someone who is constantly thinking of the region and deeply devoted to the welfare of its residents. Moreover, I highly regard him for his supportive and leadership skills. Is that so? Of course. I think he's a good person. The unfavorable elements regarding Baek Young-sik would have already been identified by her through the report. The analysis of the school violence issue is quite impressive. Therefore, there's no need to tarnish my reputation by meddling in this. Your analysis on the school violence problem is quite impressive. Yes, IT has recently become a significant concern in this region. I included it because I felt it was an issue that could potentially affect the party's image. Could you please wait for a moment? Secretary General Kong, the provincial party chairman would like to meet you. Please follow me. Oh my. You must be Secretary General Kong Dojun. You're quite handsome. Gu Hyangrio Jiangbu Provincial Party Chair, I wanted to meet you after Vice Chair Yoo Song-gi mentioned your report. Please have a seat. Did you write this report yourself, Secretary General? Yes, I was just organizing my thoughts regarding local issues and election strategy. It was quite impressive. Especially the section on school violence. Actually, even the Central Party has expressed concerns about Chairman Baek Young-sik regarding this matter. He already knows, yet he isn't mentioning this matter directly. This isn't a good sign. But Chairman Baek is someone I know quite well. We're from the same hometown and have been in politics together for a long time. I see. I also think Chair Baek Young-sik is an exceptional individual. It seems you place a great deal of trust in Chairman Baek, don't you? Of course. Then there shouldn't be any issues, right? Was there a problem? It's just that the higher UPS had doubts about whether we could win this local election in Anyang City. If there isn't, then. Is he probing for my true intentions behind writing this report? Winning an election requires a lot of things. But this particular race has a unique aspect. A unique aspect? The United Future Party's strongest contender will be Nam Youngman. He was clearly trailing during the presidential election, but he is known to have been elected to the Uido Strategy Office by President Oh Song-taek. Oh, is that so? He won't let this local election turn into a policy debate, will he? We should prepare for the upcoming election while keeping those factors in mind. Regional Committee Chairman Baek Young-sik has arrived. Let him in. What are you doing standing there? Come in and sit down. Secretary General Kong Dojun, you may head out now. Understood. Thank you for having me, it was an honor. Kong Dojun. Why is this bastard here? Chairman, as far as I'm concerned, there are many different paths in politics. Being a politician doesn't strictly mean being a member of the National Assembly. Even if you don't wear a badge, you could still assist the president as one of the many policy advisors at the Blue House. Chairman. No, Assembly man. I know what you're trying to say. But let me ask you just one thing. Can you win? Even if your opponent will grab onto your weaknesses and drag them into the light. I'll find out a way. You're saying you intend to run for mayor or the National Assembly as the party representative, right? Then you must win. No matter what. Personally, if there's something you want to achieve, I won't stop you regardless of how you go about it. Go ahead and fry chicken in a rice paddy for all I care. You're not under the illusion that our party exists to make Chair Baek Young-sik's dream come true, are you? Of course, as the Gyeonggi Provincial Party Chair, Gu Hyang-pyo lacks the authority to remove me from the Regional Committee chairmanship. However, he carries enough weight to influence the Central Party's decisions. If the Gyeonggi Provincial Party Chair insists that I should be excluded from nomination in all elections. That aside, any involvement in school violence will result in a penalty during the nomination screening. In fact, this was essentially my last chance, and it has slipped away. I'll prepare a place for you in Gangwon Province, so please rest there. Once the local elections are over, I'll secure one of the city or provincial governor positions for you as they become available. Consider it a service to the party, performed with the humble heart of a common soldier. If you show that kind of devotion, the heavens will surely grant you a position. Not the heavens, it must be the Central Party. Thank you. If the party officially removes you, it will be hard to bring you back later, so use your health as an excuse to step down and rest. I will be in touch in a few months. I understand. Is it really necessary to go that far? It seems there's no more use for him. They say you shouldn't abandon people when they're in trouble. Unless they leave of their own accord. He's a man of politics who once ruled his region like a king. Do you really think he can just sit idly in some rural corner? If not with our party, he'll eventually move to another to exert his influence. He's that type of man. If we have to part ways then, so be it. Don't be so stubborn about making enemies, or you won't last long in this business. Yes, I understand. I still have a lot to learn. Anyang City Daehan Advanced Party Local Committee Meeting Room. A press conference was suddenly convened, and local media reporters gathered as party officials and key members took their places. Everyone, I am here today to inform you of an important decision. Today, due to personal circumstances, I have decided to step down from my position as the Anyang City Regional Committee Chair. I want to deeply thank all the party members and citizens for their support during my tenure. Chairman, what is the reason for this sudden resignation? Chairman. Reporters tried to pepper him with more questions, but Baek Young-sik ended the conference. As Baek Young-sik came down from the podium, his eyes briefly met Dojun's. An unspoken tension flowed between the two men in that brief moment. Deep resentment burned in Baek Young-sik's eyes, but Dojun met that gaze calmly. It's so sudden, I'm still in a bit of a daze. Let's just head home for now. Yeah, fine. He said he's stepping down for health reasons, but he looked fine on the outside. Who do you think the next regional chairman will be? Did Baek Young-sik really step down of his own accord? Of course not. Either the Central Party pressured him because they want to win the election, or the provincial chair gave him a direct warning. It was something. There's no way he just quit on his own. You think he'd just leave because someone told him to? Politics isn't as simple as kids taking candy from each other. Sometimes you have to give up what's in your hand, and sometimes you have to take what's in someone else's as if it were yours. Baek Young-sik probably agreed to receive something in exchange for giving up his chairmanship. That's terrifying. I already knew these weren't just simple dreams. But these prophetic dreams are like milestones on my political journey. Hyung, What happens now? Who's going to be the next regional chairman? The party will put out a public call for candidates. But isn't the result already decided? It'll be Vice Chairman Shim Hong-soo, won't it? In cases where only one candidate qualifies naturally, he'll likely be the sole nominee. What if someone else applies? No matter how powerful the central party is, they can't ignore the sentiment of local party members. If they install someone the members dislike as the regional chairman, the election in that district is as good as over from that moment on. It doesn't matter, because the person I push will become the chairman. From then on, everything proceeded exactly as Dojun had anticipated. The Central Party also found it easiest to appoint the existing vice chairman, Shim Hong-soo, as the regional chairman. Who is Shim Hong-soo, the successor to former regional chairman Baek Young-sik? Since there was no particular backlash against him, things moved along swiftly. Who is Shim Hong-soo, the successor to former regional chairman Baek Young-sik? Posted 20xx.ox.0x321 p.m. Original article. Of course, the Central Party likely doesn't view Shim Hong-soo as a viable candidate for the next mayoral election. Congratulations. To me? Not the chairman. I'm sure this was your doing, Director Kong. Who says that? Was it Chief Lee Tae-song? Well, I have at least that much intuition. So, what's next on your agenda? Excuse me. What do you mean? You must have a goal. Now that you've blown Chairman Baek away, who's the next target? People might think you and I are plotting some grand conspiracy, Chairman Song. Oh, come on, I'm just saying we should help each other. Did Chief Lee tell you to change your tactics? To try and get close to me? No. Not at all. You seem incredibly curious, so go ahead and tell him this. Don't even think about making a move before the local elections are over. And that goes for you as well. Gosh, every time he speaks. It's Kong Djun, come in. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. I know this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to take this seat so quickly. Opportunities in politics don't always come in order, after all. It was a stroke of luck. If former Chairman Baek Young-sik didn't have the weakness of his son's school violence, and if that incident hadn't happened in our district, it wouldn't have been this easy. Even with such a weakness. The result only came about because you dug it up and exposed it. Anyway, you did a great job. I won't forget this. It'll be a problem if it just ends with anyway. What do you plan to do now? What do you? As you know, the mayoral race in local elections is usually dominated by former National Assembly members or high-ranking government officials. Before you can even fight the Unified Future Party candidate, you have to win the primary against those people to become the nominee. Do you think you can win? I have you, don't I? You're going to help me, aren't you? Me? Why me? Well, because we promised to help each other. For me, having our party's candidate win the mayoral race will certainly help my own career within the party. But surely you're not asking me to win the party primary for you as well? Still, wouldn't it be better for you to move up if I vacated the regional chairman seat? I'll move up even if you stay right where you are, Chairman. If you continue to hold on to that position, then I'll just have to fight my way up. The general election for the National Assembly. It's only 4 years away. If you're still in that seat by then, you'll have to face me in the primary. I see. So, you absolutely have to win this primary election, don't you? What should I do? Even if you don't do it for me, you can at least tell me what to do, can't you? If I tell you, will you follow my instructions exactly? Can I win if I do what you say? No matter who they parachute in, I'll make sure you don't lose easily. Fine. Then I'll do as you say. Tell me. What do I need to do? Then starting tomorrow morning, go to Seoul every single day without fail and hold a one-man protest. A one-man protest? In Seoul, of all places. Who respects someone who just sits at home shouting for food? You have to make a scene outside for the people inside to acknowledge you. Go there and protest for more bus routes in Anyang and an immediate start to the GTX line construction. Do that for a month without a single day off. If no articles are published after a month of that, then I'll make sure the news picks it up myself. Begin GTC construction in Anyang. It's already been a year and a half since Chairman Shim Hong-soo took office as regional chairperson. In that time, Anyang City's political landscape has changed noticeably. In front of Anyang City Hall. Ensure safe playgrounds for our children. Oh, you must be tired. It's been so long since they said they'd build the playground, and I was frustrated it still wasn't done. But the chairman is actually paying attention to this. Please make sure to improve our children's playground. Thank you. I'll do my best to make sure it gets improved. Usually, people who aren't interested in politics don't even know their district representative's face. But to recognize and support an unknown regional chairperson, not even a former or current National Assembly member from this district. All of this was the result of following Secretary General Kang Dojun's advice. Perhaps now is the most important period of my political life. Chairman, you worked hard again today. Weren't you hot? It's nothing compared to midsummer. Thanks. Secretary General's Office. I'm exhausted. Director Kang, how long do I have to keep doing this? You know what? I've lost 7 kilos since I was vice chairman. It's good that you're getting healthier. Lately my knees don't seem good either. You should do some thigh exercises. That's good for the knees. Still no word from the Central Party. Of course there's no word for you, Chairman. You're openly posing like, I'm going to run in this local election, so the Central Party is probably watching cautiously. I'm glad I listened to Director Kang back then. If I hadn't, they would have already tried to force a single candidate nomination on me. Thanks. It's because of you. I played my part, but above all, it's because you, Chairman, took action yourself. 1 year ago, Dojun's proposed strategy was simple: find local issues that citizens can feel and speak out about them. Dojun analyzed Anyang City's current issues weekly through the Secretary General's report, and suggested which issues Shim Hong-soo should speak out about. Prompt construction of GTEC route, expansion of bus routes, creation of youth jobs, improvement of elderly welfare, etc. The issues that Chairman Shim Hong-soo mentioned and made into topics numbered about 10, each time, local residents came to recognize his face. At first, there were doubts about whether this kind of activity would be effective, but he trusted and followed Dojun's advice. As a result, he has now gained the image of a politician who works for the citizens in Anyang City. What about the United Future Party? Baek Young-ki from the Uido Strategy Office. It'll probably be him. It won't be easy. That person appears on YouTube and on broadcasts occasionally, so his name recognition is considerable. The party primary itself won't be easy either. First, you need to prepare to win the primary. I've done this much and built up a lot of favor with party members, and you think it'll be difficult? I think it depends on who the Central Party sends down. So you should just continue doing what you've been doing. Until I get elected? Once the local election starts, it'll be even harder, so you shouldn't think of resting until you're elected. Eat lots of good things. Heave-ho. Okay. Eat eel, eat beef. Chairman Shim, not long after taking office, moved Secretary General Kang Dojun's office to a slightly larger one. The party officials noticed who this Anyang City Regional Committee was revolving around. Director, do you have a moment? And Youth Committee Chair Song Hyejin. After going through various experiences over a year and a half, she had grown remarkably. Starting from waiting with a smile without showing any discomfort, unlike before, you could say that glimpses of a politician are gradually showing. My uncle mentioned the name Jong Hae-sung. Former Assemblyman Jong Hae-sung. What's the reason for giving me this information? My uncle told me to ask. Whether you're thinking of switching to former Assemblyman Jong Hae-sung. Oh, and he also said this. We're just giving information, so we have no intention of gaining anything from it. He said that if former Assemblyman Jong Hae-sung runs in the local election, wouldn't his probability of getting elected be higher than Chairman Shim Hong-so's? Let me ask one thing. Oh my, to think the director would ask me. Yes, ask me. Why did Chongsong Medical Foundation choose Anyang City? Well, as far as I know, my father was quite close with former Chairman Baek Young-sik. Not that kind of excuse. Huh. It's not an excuse. That's the real reason. He said that if it's Chairman Baek Young-sik, he would guide me well. I don't know. I'm telling you, I don't know. Let's say that's true. You can't just say, let's say that's true, that really is the case. Perhaps are you interested in becoming a city council member? What does that mean? It's exactly what it means. I'm asking if you're interested in being a city council member. If you don't want to, well. Wait a minute. Are you saying I should try running for city council? I asked if you were interested. Isn't that the same thing? You still have a lot to learn, Chairperson Song. It means if you are interested, I will consider it. Why are you asking if I'm interested? Sometimes, you see. Those who lack the qualifications cannot hear the answer to their questions. Are you saying I am not qualified? Yes. Why? Because you do not understand the intent behind my question. Ask your uncle. He will understand. Well, it does not matter even if you don't. Are you making fun of me? It is just your imagination. I have asked with the same consistent intention from the very beginning. Didn't you say it does not matter if I don't tell my uncle? That is right. Because it is as good as having already heard the answer. Hello. Is this Bureau Chief Kong Dojun? Hello. This is Yu Songgi. Yes. Hello. I would like to meet and talk with you. How about briefly this weekend? I know a good restaurant near the party headquarters. Shall we have a meal together? So the primary election season has finally begun in earnest. Understood. Please let me know the exact time and place, and I will be there without delay. Hello. Welcome. The food here is good. You are fine with eel, right? I thought someone might have accompanied her to assist. Why is she alone? You know Chairman Shim Hong-soo, right? Yes. Is he your masterpiece, Bureau Chief Kong? Rather than calling him someone's masterpiece, I would appreciate it if you looked favorably upon Chairman Shim Hong-soo's ambition. But isn't his name recognition a bit weak? Is there someone already designated? Former Assemblyman Jong Hae-sung. How did the Chongsong Medical Foundation know about this? With someone of his caliber, don't you think we can take Anyang City? It will not work. It will not work. With former Assemblyman Jong Hae-sung, it will not be easy to defeat the United Future Party. Why? To the voters, an election is a form of entertainment. TV has viewer ratings, right? Elections have voter turnout. This turnout guarantees stable votes from the core supporters, but it does not matter to the swing voters. What are you trying to say? Former Assemblyman Jong Hae Song. He is a figure who wore the assembly badge twice in Yangchongu, Seoul. His name is well known, but to the voters, he is a boring and predictable person. He is no fun. Then, people will make the familiar choice. As they always have, they will vote for the United Future Party. Is that it? You say he cannot win just because of that? We lost both the previous local and general elections. I am the one who cannot understand trying to win with a predictable candidate. Is that so? Fine. I will push him as the single nominee. Are you talking about Chairman Shim Hong-soo? Yes. You said he can win, right? We have to push him. Why? Do you not like it when I push the person Bureau Chief Kong wants? This is not pushing him. Why? As I said, because it is no fun. You want to pit Shim Hong-soo and the former assemblyman against each other in a primary? Because the board only gets interesting if they face off. What if he loses then? Even a mutt has a 30% advantage in its own yard. Do you think he cannot win? So Chairman Shim Hong-soo is fit to be the mutt guarding the house? Yes. A quite beloved one at that. Fun, I see. This is going to be very interesting. Where do you plan to send former Assemblyman Jong Hae Song? HM. Isn't he going to Anyang? Weren't you just on your way to talk to that young bureau chief in Anyang City? I was. But it seems former Assemblyman Jong Hae Song is going to lose. He is going to lose. To lose not even to the opposing party, but in the local intra-party primary. There must be a reason, right? Well. I know you will look down on me if I say it, Chairman. I will not do that, so please speak comfortably. Honestly, I like that bureau chief. I really wanted to lure him into my district, you know. I roughly guessed as much. So I thought I should try to coax him well, if he wanted. I was even going to beg you, Chairman, to push him as the single nominee. He refused. Why did he say he did not want to? He said it was no fun. Since an election is entertainment, a single nomination is no fun. He said viewer ratings would only go up if former Assemblyman Jong Hae Song faces off against Chairman Shim Hong-soo. I suppose it is natural to feel like you can do anything when you are young. Are you viewing Bureau Chief Kong Dojun's confidence negatively? That goes beyond confidence, it is excessive arrogance. Politics requires humility. He is someone who has worn the badge not just once, but twice. Do you really think a person like that would lose to a mere regional chairman with no faction? The weight class is entirely different. If so. Yes. As already decided, former Assemblyman Jong Hae Song will run in Anyang City. So they're not just saying he'll enter the primary, they're saying he'll actually run. It never even crosses their minds that former Assemblyman Jong Hae Song could lose a primary. I know perfectly well that what the chair said is logically sound, but still. I'm curious too. About who's going to come out on top. Gangnam, a certain 5-star hotel. Uncle, how can you be so busy that you don't come to Anyang even once? You must think your uncle's unemployed or something. You do remember your niece has an election coming up, right? You're really not worrying about it at all. And who was it that refused to become a doctor even when I told you to? You said you hated the idea, remember? You're not a doctor either, uncle. That's because I wasn't good enough at studying. You, on the other hand, just chose not to. I don't like being a doctor, always on your feet, stuck working without rest. No one knows better than I do that it's practically hard labor. And politics has a nice work-life balance, does it? It's not bad. For my age, I'm treated pretty well. I might just be a youth committee chair, but I still get invitations here and there. Sounds nice. So why are you in such a rush to see me? There's still some time left before the primary, isn't there? What are you talking about? Rumors about who's being sent down are already flying around, and the chair is on edge. Did you tell them about Young Hae-sung? Yeah. I went to the trouble of bringing it up and just got completely brushed off. Brushed off? Well, he didn't react much at all to the idea of former Assemblyman Young Hae-sung coming. I could live with that, but then out of nowhere he asks me why Chongsong Medical Foundation chose Anyang in the first place. And what? I told him Dad had asked former Chair Baek Young-sik to take me on. But then. He didn't buy it, did he? What is this? Is there something I don't know? A foundation on Chongsong's level? There's no way the chairperson doesn't know people in politics. He's on speaking terms with current National Assembly members and even key figures in both major parties. So from Kang Dojun's point of view, it's only natural he'd be skeptical when someone like that sends you to Baek Young-sik, a man who never even managed to wear the badge. Then what is the real reason I was sent to Anyang? And what else did he say? He asked me if I had any interest in becoming a city council member. A city council member? When I asked if he was offering to help me run, he said if I was interested, he'd consider it. I asked why he was asking, and he said he couldn't tell me, that if I couldn't grasp the intent behind his question, I wasn't qualified to hear the answer. Near Anyang, the foundation and the chairperson personally own some fairly large plots of land. Especially around Donggan-jiu and nearby Gwacheon, they've got a lot of land and forest there. Wow, so you completely fooled me. Fooled is a bit strong. You're only a youth committee chair right now, and it would take at least 5 or 6 years before you'd have enough clout at the city level to influence land development. And that's the fast case. And by then, who knows if you'll even still be in Anyang. So there was no real need to tell you about it now. But then, out of the blue, he asks you, someone who knows none of this, if you're thinking about becoming a city council member. He was testing you. Why? There could be several reasons. 1. It's about time to start preparing local election pledges, and he might be worried the foundation will try to insert itself into development interests. Or he might be thinking of placing someone close to him into a city council seat. If the Korean Progressive Party holds more city council seats, he can basically see Anyang as being entirely in his grip. A gesture from Kang Dojun. Is this a trap? Or is it? Hyojin, can you set up a meeting with Secretary General Kang? I think I need to have a proper talk with him. What? Wouldn't it be better not to meet at all? He might think I'm trying to meddle. The fact he floated that question in front of you may have been his way of calling me in. Then why didn't Secretary General Kang just ask to meet you directly? If he does that, he's the one asking me for a favor. But if I'm the one saying, let's talk, then I'm the one who has to do him a favor. He did say there was no need to tell you, that he'd already basically gotten his answer. He did. Then that's more reason to meet. Why? Uncle. How old are you again? Haha. What I just did to you is exactly what Kang Dojun did to me. Dangling something in front of you like he's about to hand it over. The problem is, it's never free. Right now, I can't be sure what's really going through Secretary General Kang's head. Is he looking down on me? Or is he trying to lure me in? If I go by the instincts of someone who's gone through more than enough relationships and social games, this feels a lot more like seduction than hostility. Korean Progressive Party, Anyang City Mayoral Primary Announcement. Korean Progressive Party. Yangsi Mayor Candidate 1, Shim Hyung-soo, Yangsi Mayor Candidate 2, Jong Hae-sung. Who? Resignee, signature. Why are you shaking so much? My opponent is former Assemblyman Young Hae-sung. The man was in the National Assembly for 8 years. And on top of that, I can't even count on your help anymore, can I? Life is solo mode anyway. It's not like I'm going to stay under you forever, Chairman. That's exactly why it matters that you experience winning this primary without my help. Damn it. I know I'm no longer the chair, so you can't officially support me. You have to stay neutral. You're not secretly cutting a deal with Young Hae Song behind my back, are you? You really are suspicious by nature. And I have no reason to side with Young. Why not? He's popular, connected, and powerful. Huh, you said it yourself. That's exactly why. When a handsome guy is surrounded by beautiful women all the time, even the prettiest new face gets old fast. There are already plenty of people like that around him. Since I can't directly help you, at least let me give you a hint. If you want to win, here's what you should do. Don't try to win. What? If you twist yourself in knots trying to win inside the party, you'll only end up looking pathetic. You're telling me to give up on winning over party members. How do I win if I give that up? Our party primaries are decided by a combined score from party members and general public opinion polls. So keep doing exactly what you've been doing. Act as if the primary has nothing to do with you at all. Then you'll win. There is an office director in Anyang named Kong Dojun. He's young and has grown far too arrogant for his own good, so we need to humble him before the election cycle truly begins. Is that right? He treats political affairs as if they were nothing more than a game. People of his sort must have their pride broken early to realize the world doesn't bend to their whims. That is the only way they can be forged into truly useful assets. Go down there and make sure he understands that reality. And don't give the primary election a second thought. There is a man named Choi who leads the seniors committee. He is under my influence, so I can settle things if I pull the right strings. I understand completely. Assemblyman Jong, we are honored to have you in Anyang. It is a pleasure to meet everyone. I appreciate all the hard work you have put in for Anyang City up to this point. Anyang stands as one of the most vital battlegrounds in Gyeonggi Province. Manager Kim, you have certainly done a great deal so far. A victory in Anyang during this local election will set the stage for both the general and presidential races. Secretary Park, I look forward to our collaboration this time around. I am going to make this territory mine, no matter what it takes. I never expected you to actually remember who I was, Assemblyman Jong. Seeing you in the flesh. Your presence is truly remarkable. Chairman Shim, it is finally a pleasure to meet you. I have heard numerous reports about your diligent efforts within the district. I look forward to a fair and honorable contest. If you try too hard to win, you'll look foolish. You're telling me to ignore the party's sentiment. How can I win then? The internal party primary election is determined by a combination of party member votes and general public opinion polls. Just like you've been doing until now. Act as if this primary election has nothing to do with you. That's how you'll win. It is an honor, Assemblyman Jong. I am merely fulfilling my obligations to the citizens. Furthermore, I have already stepped down from my role as regional chairman. I plan to devote myself entirely as a mayoral candidate, and I hope for a healthy competition. He appears far more composed than I anticipated. I hope this serves as an opportunity for us to collaborate on the development of Anyang City. Will the former chairman be okay? He is back out there today, when he really ought to be focused on the primary. Public protests are significant, but with former Assemblyman Jong Hae Song here, it feels like a waste of energy. I suppose he feels there's no longer any point in managing the party members. Just because he once held the position of regional chair. So they truly did provide him with a massive office. It appears the rumors regarding his actual influence might be well founded. Still, It's difficult to believe anyone takes this kid seriously as the power broker of Anyang. They aren't exactly being naive. Your professional history is quite remarkable. You entered the political arena at a very young age and have already reached the position of office director. I have simply been fortunate. This is your first primary, and the general election is nearly here. You must be feeling the pressure, aren't you? Not particularly, no. I have no role to play in the primary, and the real battle was essentially decided long ago. Well, listen to the confidence on this one. Nevertheless, this is your first time overseeing such a process as office director, isn't it? It is. That is precisely why I am ensuring our preparations are flawless. He doesn't even flinch. I have reviewed all the reports you've written. They were truly exceptional. I only aimed to contribute what I could to support the party's goals. That specific mindset is what is most important. You are likely aware, but the office director must maintain absolute neutrality during the primary, is that not so? Naturally. You have no reason to be concerned about that. Regarding former chairman Shim Hong-soo, he has been conducting those one-man protests for quite a while. Was that your suggestion, Office Director Kong? I merely distribute a weekly report. He chose to take action after reviewing them, that is all. I see. Hearing that actually makes me feel somewhat pity for the man. When a political novice is that easily swayed, it rarely ends well. Politics is neither a game nor a simple business venture. Ultimately, it is built on organization and solidarity. I trust you will keep that in mind, Office Director Kong. Game. Business. So that dream really was a premonition. He treats political affairs as if they were nothing more than a game. People of his sort must have their pride broken early to realize the world doesn't bend to their whims. So he's essentially telling me to stop with the analysis, and just blindly follow orders like a common lackey. He doesn't want my half-baked strategic advice. And he's likely worried I'll keep him on the sidelines once the actual campaign begins. I will certainly keep your words in mind. If you secure the primary, Assemblyman, I will provide you with my full support. Expand the bus routes. You are certainly working hard out here. Not at all. Thank you for stopping by. It's quite a hot one today, isn't it, Office Director Kong Djun? You know who I am. Of course. Is there anyone in Anyang who doesn't recognize Office Director Kong? I didn't realize my reputation preceded me to that extent. Only those who have no interest in politics would fail to recognize you. Are you certain it's wise to be seen speaking with me so freely? Why not? Neither side has officially selected their candidate yet. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Baekhyun Ki. Baekhyun Ki. I had a feeling, but he actually came all the way out here. Baekhyun Ki, the frontrunner for the Unified Future Party. A veteran of the Uido Strategy Office, the think tank often called the brain of the party, he maintains deep ties with current and former lawmakers, and it's said even the president seeks his counsel. It is a pleasure. I am Kong Djun. You have heard of me. You are quite a well-known figure within the circles of Uido. I am only out here doing this so that I can become more well-known. That level of dedication isn't something just anyone can fake. It's grueling work. The heat, the cold, the frustration. And you've maintained it for 18 months. My. Because of that, the Central Party truly struggled with the decision of whom to deploy here. It's rare for them to agonize this much over a single district when the overall tide is in our favor. So I decided to volunteer. You volunteered? Yes, I specifically requested. This district. I was curious. So I began looking into the Anyang Regional Committee. I assumed it would be difficult to get a clear. And to find out you are only 28. Once I heard that, I knew I had to come see you for myself. That is a very specific reason to come all this way. Hee, I've always been a bit of an outlier. I even managed to read the reports you've been drafting. They were quite impressive. Don't burn yourself out. Nothing has been settled yet. Former Assemblyman Jong Hae Song could still take the nomination. Ha! Shall we dispense with the polite lies? You believe Shim Hong Soo is going to win. I happen to agree with you on that, by the way. And as for me, you don't need to worry. I'll win my side too. I actually came here with a specific proposal. If that gentleman over there manages to close the gap to within 3%, I'll give him the opportunity to serve under my leadership. I'm sure you realize the scale of the opportunity I'm handing you, but let me be clear, once I'm elected mayor, I intend to sweep the very next gubernatorial race. From there, I'm making a straight run for the presidency. I can promise you this, no matter what your goals are, nobody is better equipped than I am to ensure your success. So, what do you think? In that case, let me put a counter-proposal on the table. If you can manage to narrow the gap with Shim Hong Soo to within 3%, I'll allow you to have the chance to stand by my side. You may not fully grasp this, but offering you a place as an equal rather than a subordinate is a massive sign of respect in its own right. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! This is quite amusing. I accept your terms. Careful, sir. You're going to throw your back out if you keep twisting like that. Quit your nagging and just get moving. Looks like this little guy has grown a lot already, hasn't he? He's got a healthy appetite. I just wish you'd take better care of yourself too, Dojun. So, when are you finally going to throw your hat in the ring? Haha, that's still a long way off for me. You never change, Hyung. What brings you out here so early without saying a word? I just couldn't sleep. So I decided to head out. Right? So am I the one feeling so restless? How is Chairman Shim? I mean, former Chairman Shim Hong Soo doing? If he truly intends to win, he'll have to put in the effort himself. You're really not worried about him at all? It's not that I'm indifferent, but the outcome is out of my hands now. That Jong Hae Song fellow doesn't exactly look like a walk in the park. And old man Choi is practically glued to his hip. I never knew that Old Timer was capable of such blatant brown-nosing. Up until now, he's only ever dealt with people who lacked a National Assembly badge. The Unified Future Party has officially kicked off its primary as well. Do you still think Baek Young-ki is going to sweep it, like you predicted? Most likely, yes. Why are you so certain Baek Young-ki will come out on top? His presence is on an entirely different level. The party members' support will naturally gravitate toward him. Even if his opponent is a former vice minister, they won't be able to overcome that momentum. Looks like there's something happening today. Oh. Pork belly. Hyung. They're selling pork belly for only 2,001 per 100 grams today. How about a meat party, Hyung? We can grab a drink to go with it. Shall we? My treat today. Forget it, man. I'm the one with a steady salary, remember? I'll pay. Then I'll just have to let you treat me one more time. 1 week after the primary began. To move Anyang forward, we need a candidate with both experience and connections. Jong Hae Song will take full responsibility for the future of Anyang. Expand the bus routes. Jong Hae Song is at 57%, while Shim Hong Soo is at 43%, a 14-point gap. Hyung, this looks pretty grim, doesn't it? A 14-point lead is huge. It's exactly the margin I anticipated. You were actually expecting a landslide loss. Since when was that a landslide? If anything, former Assemblyman Jong is probably staring at that poll in total shock right now. You really think he's rattled? He doesn't seem like the type to lose his cool. On the surface, maybe, but let's be honest, former chairman Shim Hong-soo had basically abandoned the internal party sentiment. He was clearly banking on flipping the race, through the general public opinion poll, yet the internal party poll only shows a 14-point difference. Sure, but most ordinary citizens don't care about party primaries. Hardly any of them actually vote in those things. Normally, you'd be right. But for the past 18 months, the citizens have watched Shim Hong-soo devote himself tirelessly to this city. So, how many of them do you think will actually show up to vote in this primary? I don't know. Maybe around 1,000. It won't even reach 1,000. A few hundred, at most. And you think the majority of them will cast their ballots for Uncle Shim? We'll have our answer soon enough. I had assumed the gap was insurmountable. But suddenly, it doesn't feel like much of a lead at all. Oh, and from here on out, I want you to start digging into Baekhyun-ki. Oh. So we're moving straight into local election preparations? Exactly. Find out where Baekhyun-ki is focusing his energy, who he's meeting, and who he's building ties with. Uncover everything we can through any reasonable means. But don't rush into it with someone half-baked and let them cause trouble. Hyung. I'm not an idiot. You're the only one who treats me like one. I'll look into him thoroughly. Don't you worry. You're here. I went ahead and ordered for US. That's okay. I'm not a picky eater, so anything works for me. How's the atmosphere surrounding the primary? It's good. Everyone is energized and already looking toward the main election once the primary wraps up. I heard you asked my niece if she had any interest in becoming a city council member. I did. She came to me quite confused. She couldn't tell if you were seriously planning to back her for a seat, or if you were just toying with her. I'm not some college student hanging around with Chair Song Hye Jin. Why would I ask just to tease her? So you were being serious? That's correct. Then may I ask why you asked that question to Hygiene specifically? There's no hidden motive behind it. My role is to evaluate the people within the party and select appropriate candidates to recommend. And I'm just supposed to take that at face value? Office Director Kang, I'd like our relationship to be a bit more transparent. If you were to help secure a city council seat for my niece, the Chongsong Medical Foundation would provide Anyang with its fullest possible support. Saying you want our relationship to be honest is an interesting choice of words. I've always believed that true honesty between two sides like ours is an impossibility. Especially when both parties have such clear political agendas. But the reason it struck me as interesting, rather than simply wrong, is this: it made me think that perhaps that kind of relationship isn't entirely out of reach. Even lifelong friends hesitate before lending each other more than 10 million won. So there's no way you're asking me to casually hand my niece a city council seat, when she could be in a position to influence decisions on projects worth hundreds of billions. And in exchange, you'd offer us your fullest support in Anyang. That won't be necessary at all. What support could you even offer? It's not like Anyang is lacking in hospitals. I didn't mean support for Anyang City itself. I meant maximum support for the Daehan Advanced Party in Anyang. At this point, he should understand the situation perfectly. Still not necessary. I beg your pardon. I'll recommend Chair Song Hye Jin for a city council seat under my own authority. What? Campaign support? I don't need it. Do you take me for some fool who can't win an election without corporate backing? I just need one thing. Give me one single thing, and once the local election is over, Chair Song Hye Jin will be sitting on the Anyang City Council. With the mayor also coming from the Daehan Advanced Party, it'll be quite advantageous for your interests as well. Of course, that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Within reason. And only to the extent that it doesn't cause trouble for the citizens. And that one condition you want, what is it? A personal corruption case involving Chief of Staff Lee Tae-song. Something devastating. Give me that, and I'll deliver exactly what you're asking for. I wonder if I'm truly worth such a grand gesture, Director Kong. You've got it wrong. I have no designs on you, Chief Lee. I'm not particularly interested in you as an individual. Nor am I interested in the Chongsong Medical Foundation. Then, what's the point of all this? There will come a day in the future when I'll need you to act as my proxy, just this once. It's far too early for you to know the details. So, do we have a deal? 1 week later. Anyang City Daehan Advanced Party Regional Committee Meeting Room. What's your take on this situation, Office Director Kong? UHYE1, Women's Committee Chair. I beg your pardon. About what, specifically? What else could it be? I'm referring to the most recent primary polling data. How do you interpret these figures? Is she asking because of the second poll released today? Do you believe former Assemblyman Jong Hae-song is going to secure the win? The margin has increased since the initial survey, Jong Hae-song 61%, Shim Hong-soo 39%. Jong is currently ahead by a 22-point margin. Why is she still so anxious even though Jong is leading? I would prefer it if you didn't look to me for an answer. I have no intention of commenting on the primary. In a scenario like this, he really ought to be crushing it with a lead of over 30 points and completely dominating. Chairman Choi, what's your assessment of these statistics? Oh, Assemblyman, there's truly no cause for concern regarding that poll. A 22-point lead basically means the race is already over. This old geezer. I wasn't looking for a sugar-coated answer. The reality is, the youth members seem to be gravitating strongly toward candidate Shim Hong-soo. Does that imply former Chairman Shim has such a solid influence over the younger demographic? Or is it, perhaps, due to Office Director Kang's influence? The young members in this district have been closely observing every political maneuver made by Office Director Kang Dojun, unless something extraordinary happens, their votes will probably. One way or another, it's clear that Office Director Kang is swaying this primary. The issue is that he hasn't made a single official statement or move that could be used to prove he's being biased. We must intensify our campaign efforts. Go out and engage with more party members. A few days later, Jong Hae-song 39%, Shim Hong-soo 39%. Not even a single point has shifted. How on earth? How can this even be possible? Office Director's office, I'll be blunt with you. No matter how I slice it, it seems to me that you're throwing your weight behind Shim Hong-soo, Office Director. You're welcome to your opinion, Assemblyman, but I'm remaining strictly neutral throughout this primary. I have never officially endorsed a candidate, nor have I participated in any campaign events. I haven't had a single private discussion or even a phone call with former Chairman Shim during this time. I haven't even discussed primary predictions with the regular party members. I believe you're deeply mistaken about the situation. That's nothing more than neutrality on paper. The young members are convinced you support Shim, and that's exactly why they're rallying behind him. I have no power over the thoughts of the youth members. They are entitled to select a candidate based on their own personal discretion. From my perspective, the current state of affairs feels incredibly unjust. Therefore, I would like you to issue a public statement reaffirming your neutrality in this primary. If I'm already maintaining neutrality, is there truly a point in making an announcement? It's meant to send an unambiguous signal to the younger members, so they can arrive at a decision on their own, without being swayed by you. Ridiculous. If I issue another statement of neutrality now, people will take it as me siding with Jong Hae-song. Which is, naturally, precisely what he's trying to achieve. I'm afraid I find that to be unnecessary. Issuing such a statement at this juncture might actually disrupt the primary even further. Office Director Kong, you should see this as a significant opportunity for yourself. The Central Party will acknowledge your impartiality, which will bolster your political future. Scratch my back, and you'll climb the party ranks even faster. However, I can't possibly agree to that kind of trade off. Sooner or later, it would only end up becoming a chain around my neck. Assemblyman Zhang, I operate based on my own set of values. Making an official declaration now would only create unnecessary interference in the primary, so I must decline. If you continue to push this, you might find yourself regretting it later. If it comes to that, I'll take full responsibility. Very well, then. I'll take that to mean you'll maintain neutrality in the primary on your own terms. The plan itself wasn't half bad. He just lacked the spine to see it through. Whether through coercion or enticement, he should have pushed until he secured that declaration of neutrality. Then he might have actually stood a chance. But he was too concerned about the consequences and retreated too soon. That's why, even if you do secure the nomination, things aren't going to turn out quite like that. With such a massive lead in the polls, he must be absolutely certain of his victory. Oh, have you already cast your vote today? Naturally. He appears composed, but he must be an absolute mess on the inside. I will now announce the outcome of the Dojun Advanced Party's Anyang mayoral primary. Candidate Shim Hong-soo, 55%. Candidate Jong Hae-sung, 45%. A 10-point margin. Wow! This is impossible. Candidate Shim Hong-soo has won. I am truly indebted to all of you for your unwavering encouragement and support. My commitment remains to a brand of politics that stays grounded with the people. This victory isn't our destination, it's the starting line. Our focus now shifts to the general election against the Unified Future Party. Will you continue this journey by my side? I appreciate the tireless efforts everyone has put in. Kong Dojun. It was Kong Dojun who orchestrated my defeat. 010 XXXX. Let's find out how things play out once the actual contenders go head-to-head. How on earth did he even obtain my personal contact information? Kong Dojun. Let's find out how things play out once the actual contenders go head-to-head. I look forward to you keeping your word, so we can cross paths again on the front lines. Gyeonggi Provincial Party Office. You're saying former Assemblyman Jong Hae-sung actually lost the primary? He suffered a 10-point defeat against Shim Hong-soo. Sigh. The intelligence I received previously indicated he held a comfortable lead. Understood. I'll reach out to you again shortly. Damn it. How do you mess up a primary so badly that it ends like this? Nominations for every district have finally been finalized. I've arranged several briefings to map out our overarching campaign strategy. Ha! Is this still about former Assemblyman Jong Hae-sung? Do I strike you as the sort of man who wastes time nursing a wounded ego? Of course not. The issue isn't your pride. It's that we squandered a high-value strategic resource. Had we deployed Jong to a more competitive district, we could have crafted a compelling narrative. This decision is definitely going to come back to bite me. In the end, the situation unfolded precisely as Office Director Kong predicted. It's in the past now. Do your best to move on. It's typical for someone of that age to believe the world is their oyster. Are you suggesting that Office Director Kong Dojun's self-assurance is misplaced? It has crossed the line from confidence into blatant hubris. Let's move on from that topic. Ho ho, still, I find it refreshing that you're willing to own up to a miscalculation. Refreshing, is it? Besides, with the fearless director Dojun on our side, how could we possibly lose? Are you sulking? Ahem. I'll give him this much: his confidence is the real deal. Confidence is fine. Let's place our bets on it just this once. Sigh. You're right. I assume you'll be heading to Anyang to bolster the campaign. Of course. He's our party's candidate. I can't simply abandon him. But I don't have the luxury of focusing my entire attention on Anyang. After all, Baek Young-ki is far from an easy opponent. Still. Is a campaign managed by Dojun really going to collapse so effortlessly? I suspect this contest will be far more balanced than anyone expects. I am fully aware that I owe this success to you. You won because you were the one out there doing the hard work. Honestly, I didn't expect him to handle the situation this effectively. Regardless of how capable a mentor might be, it's rare to find a pupil who follows every single instruction. I wouldn't say that. Who else provides such clear and decisive direction? The ability to place total confidence in another person is a rare gift in itself. In any case, congratulations. Enjoy the victory while you can. Starting tomorrow, the gloves come off for the real battle. Believe me, I'm already mentally prepared for it. Gwacheon Chongsong Hospital. Am I really about to hand this over to him? Under any other circumstances, I would have dismissed a request like this with a laugh. But the timing and the overall situation are almost too perfect to ignore. My reasons for supporting Song Hye Jin go beyond mere family ties. I am perpetually excluded from the core of the Foundation's hierarchy. The true masters of the Foundation are the Song family, and I am merely an outsider through marriage. I am simply the younger brother of the chairman's daughter-in-law. However, if I position myself as Song Hye Jin's indispensable political counselor, her political assent will directly translate into my own increased leverage. Even if Dojun doesn't grasp the nuances of our family politics, his proposition is undeniably alluring. Furthermore, he seems genuinely indifferent to the inner workings of the Chongsong Medical Foundation itself. This isn't a move I'm making solely for Song Hye Jin, it's a calculated risk for my own future. Something has clearly managed to capture your entire focus. You've obviously been agonizing over this. It's not exactly the kind of choice one makes in a fleeting moment, is it? Do you think this will suffice? This isn't half bad. Even after seeing this. This is enough to cause significant damage to both me and the Foundation. I know. That's why I said it wasn't bad. Would you have hesitated for long, Office Director? Yes. Because the result of his deliberation would have been the same anyway. And why is that? I believe that once you establish clear standards, decisions become much faster. Is this essential for the work I must accomplish, or is it not? I figured it was essential for you, Director. You seem to know quite a lot about me. What could I possibly know about you, Director? It was just a bit fascinating. Your love for your niece is quite intense. And yet, you're going to such unusual lengths to help her. I wondered if perhaps there was another motive. Let me ask you one thing. What is it you want me to do? Hey, I told you I'd let you know later. If it's something completely absurd. Director. If it were a reasonable request, I would have settled it within my own circle of acquaintances. Are we making a deal or not? But don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I'm asking you to kill someone. This must never, ever fall into anyone else's hands. Your ambition is grander than I thought. Just how high do you think I'll climb that you're giving me this? What? If I were the type to end up as a mere city office director in Anyang, you never would have given this to me. Don't you want to climb up together? You'd need to be the mayor at least to directly influence development. If I keep pulling Gong Hye Jin up, it means I have to climb even higher myself. If your calculation is to maintain this connection using your niece as a front. Or, if things go south, your plan might be to take me down with you. Or maybe you figured you could just wipe away your past corruption in a few years. Isn't that a bit of a leap? Those aren't things you can just erase because you want to. Right, you have your own calculations, Director. May I ask you something as well? What is your goal? My goal? The reason you're able to go this far? Is it perhaps Foundation Chairperson? What on earth? I'm joking. Just a joke. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't have a few skeletons in their closet? So keep digging. You'll definitely find something. Sir, it's a bit vague. But it's from before he entered politics. When he was in the labor union? Yes. There was an accident at a construction site, and it was a site he was supervising. What? That's perfect. But the report says it happened because the worker wasn't wearing proper safety gear. That's enough, you idiot. That'll do. Everyone, take that and spin a story. About how incredibly dangerous that site was. About how Shim Hong Soo's supervision was a total mess. And about how hard the deceased's life was. Chairman. The Gyeonggi Provincial Party is hoping we don't merely perform well in Anyang, but actually win the seat. I will do my best. I intend to win. Good. I have one thing I'm curious about. Is there a reason you were so confident you could beat Jong Hae Song no matter what? I could just. But I can't just give him a random excuse. Do you know why former Assemblyman Jong Hae Song failed to win his third term? Back then? I believe the prevailing assessment was that he failed to manage his district during the last general election. That's correct. There was such an assessment. However, that wasn't the decisive reason. For someone to lose a seat they held for 2 terms in a region where the Daehan Advanced Party has always been strong. It means there's something that goes beyond simple reasons like that. And what is that? It's because he lacks charm. Lacks charm? To receive political support, one needs 2 things. One is ability, and the other is charm. If you look at his ability, he doesn't have any distinct achievements to point to yet. But he also lacks charm. That's why he lost for no major reason in our district despite serving 2 terms. Failing to manage a district is proof of a lack of both ability and charm. And yet, he's supposed to beat Shim Hong Soo, who has been making himself known to residents for over a year and a half. In the end, it means we sent the wrong person to Jong Hae Song. From the start, former Assemblyman Jong Hae Song was sent to a difficult spot. Now that the election has begun in earnest, is there anything you want? I lost a prized horse, so I'd like to make up for it a bit with a win here. In that case, there is nothing. Nothing? Yes, nothing. There isn't. No, there isn't. We have enough campaign funds, and even with just the party members here, there won't be any problem campaigning. By saying you'd help, you mean campaign support from the party's influential figures, right? That's okay. When you say it's okay, you actually mean you'd rather they didn't come, right? Not exactly, but it's fine. I'm not that closed-minded. Honestly, to appeal to moderate voters, I'd like to separate the party and the individual a little. That's the way to win. I think so. The party is watching, so do well this time. The party will send down a regional chair soon, so don't worry. Yes, we'll definitely take it back. Good. Why on earth did you refuse the party's support? From the sound of it, it seemed like even the party leader could have come out to support the campaign. If it were a different situation I would have asked for support campaigning. But this time, I think it's better not to. Because if we make the scale bigger, it will put the candidate at a disadvantage. What are you talking about? Honestly, what does the candidate have? Other than the fact that you've been protesting non-stop for the citizens in this area all this time, there's nothing else. An election isn't a fight you wage alone. In some cases, it's very common for people to vote just based on the party without even knowing who the candidate is. If the party leader comes to campaign, people's attention will shift not to the person, but to the party. We need to keep impressing on the citizens that it's a person versus person fight. To do that, it's not good for the party leader or some well-known figure to come and erase the candidate's color. Either way, when we campaign, we're going to plaster Dojun Advanced Party everywhere in huge letters and keep flashing number 2 with a V sign. Is there any point to that? That's just how it is by nature, so the citizens understand. If the eldest son got into Seoul National University, would they look down on him just because the family is a mess? But if the gambling uncle and the aunt who likes drinking come out and make a scene, the people around them won't look favorably on the eldest son either. That's true. Going head-to-head person against person. I like that. United Future Party candidate Baek Young-ki's campaign office. I have a network directly connected to the central government. The person who can solve the many piled-up problems in Anyang City is me, Baek Young-ki. What issue do you consider the most important? There are many issues, but the matter that needs to be addressed first is the new town reconstruction issue. I believe we need to quickly support ordinances related to reconstruction assistance to stop residents in aging apartment complexes from living in anxiety. Hello, everyone. I am candidate number 1, Baek Young-ki of the United Future Party, who works for the citizens of Anyang. Hyung, it's good that it ended up being Mr. Shim Hong-seo, but can we win? We still don't even have the regional chair sent down yet, so we can't move right away either. Honestly, I thought it'd be tough if Han Sang-young came instead of Baek Young-ki. Ha! Former CS Bank President Han Sang-young. If he's the one, it's worth a shot, then they'd both be nobodies. Then the United Future Party would have put Han Sang-young's fundamentals front and center. Since he was a bank president, they'd talk about how capable he'd be at running city affairs. Well, that. But Baek Young-ki is different. Guys who use their heads always try to win by using their heads. Do you know why I kicked out Baek Young-sik and put up Shim Hong-seo? The two of them didn't get along. For just that reason. If they don't get along, they should get along. That's what politicians do. Then what is it? To smart guys, Baek Young-sik is perfect prey to cook up. Even if it weren't Baek Young-ki, the mayor is from the United Future Party, so their organization is more solid than ours, and they have more party members. If we go about it that way, we can never win. Our weakness would definitely be exposed. If a party wins a mayoral or gubernatorial post in a local election, the party that secured that area can further strengthen its organizational power. That's because, openly or not, mayors and county heads support their own party or push through the policies their party wants. Therefore, if you want a lawmaker from the party you want to be elected, it's important first to win mayoral and gubernatorial elections and expand the party's power. Come to think of it, our Mr. Shim really doesn't have much. That's exactly why they'll be flustered. In elections, the hardest kind to deal with is the straightforward type. You can see how popular they are. Where? Can you see something I can't? As soon as the election started, they put the campaign truck out there. A lot of people hate how noisy those campaign trucks are. They're noisy, but nothing beats them for getting a name out there. People complain that they're noisy during the campaign, but when it comes time to stamp the ballot, they vote for the name they remember. Well, plenty of people aren't like that, though. What about the candidate? He's in front of Byamji Station. Let's go there. It's time. Hello, candidate. I'm reporter Kim Haeung from JBCT. This is your first time running for mayor. Could you give us a brief statement about your resolve? I don't think there's much to say about my resolve, but just helping the citizens here in Anyang live a slightly safer and more comfortable life. Huh. Candidate, your shoes are really worn out. Just as promised, she brings up the shoes. Huh, well. Since late the year before last, I've been going back and forth to Seoul for one-man protests. The reason Shim Hong Soo was made to do one-man protests for so long. From the beginning, it was to win the mayoral election. The build-up accumulated over nearly 2 years. Can you keep up? Hyung, will this alone be enough? From now on, one article will come out every 3 days. Each one by itself might not be a big deal, but if they keep piling up. I'm already getting curious. How Baek Young Ki's once confident face will change. Chongpeng Daily, why are the mayoral candidates' shoes like this? There is a politician who heads to Seoul on line 4 every day. In a primary where everyone thought he couldn't beat anyone, he pulled off the feat of defeating former lawmaker Jong Hae-song and made the name Shim Hong Soo known. The reporter suddenly grew curious about his political life. Shim Hong Soo, the Daehan Advanced Party's Anyang City mayoral candidate, who has spent the last 2 years traveling back and forth to Seoul holding one-man protests, has now thrown his hat into the mayoral race. The worn-out, tattered shoes he wears fully contain his journey. Candidate Shim Hong Soo's shoes are worn along the edges, and the soles clearly showed signs of having been repaired many times already. With these shoes, I work to go back and forth between Seoul and Anyang to listen to the voices of the citizens. His words felt sincere. You all saw the article about Shim Hong Soo this morning, right? I take it everyone's already seen this morning's article on Shim Hong Soo. Yes, I took a look at it. What's your take on it? It definitely highlights his humanity, but honestly, it feels like the sort of thing readers just skim past. Either way, I highly doubt it has the power to reverse the current trend. From an objective standpoint, I guess that's a fair assessment. It's definitely projecting a rather favorable vibe to the moderate voters. For starters, maintaining this for almost 2 years proves his incredible work ethic, and those beat-up shoes perfectly sell the image of an honest man. Exactly, that's a solid observation. However, it falls short. It also paints him as a mayor who's truly ready for the job. That's because the concerns he raised during his solo protests directly align with what the people of Anyang City actually care about. Excellent. That's another valid angle. Yet it remains insufficient. The most crucial detail is still missing. Consider this. The entire focus is on his footwear. They specifically shot photos of his shoes. You're absolutely correct. Throughout your entire political career, have you ever witnessed the press fixate on a politician's footwear? It's a narrative-focused feature. Any articles dropping around this stage to spotlight a single nominee are inherently orchestrated publicity. Yet this particular one stands out. Why is that? Because it carries a compelling narrative. The story explains how he protested alone for 2 solid years, yet it completely omits the actual cause he was fighting for, doesn't it? What kind of reporting strips away all the real substance? Don't you agree? Why yes, that's true. It feels just like watching one of those movie summary channels on YouTube. Introducing a certain individual. Are you implying we should expect a series of sequel articles? Spot on, that's exactly it. So, do you comprehend just how incredibly screwed we currently are? I get the picture. Campaigns entirely depend on accurately reading the flow of the current situation. Anyang City is a territory where we previously secured victories in both the general and local races. So outwardly, it appears we hold the upper hand, correct? Do you honestly believe the opposition is blind to that fact? That exactly explains why some clever bastard in their camp began laying the groundwork 2 years in advance. While everyone else planned for a standard few-month sprint, this prick has essentially been running a 2-year marathon. Given that, who actually holds the cards here? The Dojun Advanced Party. Exactly. And it's not just some random schmuck running, it's me. So tell me, who really has the edge? We do, sir. The opposition clearly has the advantage. If anyone went around campaigning for 2 straight years, even a lunatic with flowers in her hair would pull more recognition than I do. That's true, but regardless, we're still leading the polls by over 15%. And what if that supposed lunatic turned out to be completely sane? You just admitted he's well known. That means the entire district has their eyes glued to him. Every single election topic is about to revolve exclusively around Shimhong-soo. A 15% lead? Once the tide turns, that gap will evaporate in a flash. Are you finally grasping what I'm telling you? Yes, it's crystal clear now. So what's our next move? You bury one headline beneath another. We must manufacture a much more massive controversy. We target and tarnish his reputation. The locals in Anyang are drawn to him strictly because of the hard-working persona he's cultivated over these past 2 years, so I believe if we can just put a dent in that facade, disillusioned voters will naturally revert back to the mainstream trend. Look at that. Now you're getting it. The journalist who wrote this is obviously in Shimhong-soo's pocket. Find out who they are. Locate them and ensure they're completely incapable of publishing anything else. Are we actually capable of pulling off that? I'm not instructing you to go around making threats. Just coax them gently and prevent any more sequels to this story from seeing the light of day. If all else fails, drag them into a private room, pour them a ton of alcohol, and keep them so occupied they won't have a second to touch a keyboard. Furthermore, reach out to the web portal and lodge a formal complaint, demanding to know why a biased piece about a single nominee is plastered on their front page and question the ethics of such a move. By doing so, the next piece will be buried off the main page, forcing people to actively search for it if they want to read it. Is everyone on the same page? Yes, sir, loud and clear. Then why are you all still just loitering here? Get out and execute the plan. Sigh. You cheeky brat, you're still 100 years too early to best me. Do you have a quick second, Secretary General? I sincerely appreciate you putting my name forward as a city council candidate. Because of your help, I managed to finish my registration without a hitch. I merely suggested you because you came across as a highly capable fit for the city council. And I felt you were perfectly capable of handling the responsibility that comes with the position. I was told the regional chairman will be confirmed by tomorrow, so once that's settled, everything will be officially locked in. Honestly, I have absolutely no clue what's going through his head. I'm very grateful. By any chance, did you have some sort of discussion with my uncle? Director Lee Tae-sung and I haven't shared any specific discussions. There's definitely something he's hiding. Alright, I understand. I'll put my all into this campaign. I have full faith that you'll perform exceptionally well, Chairwoman. Did you send for me, Secretary General? Tae-ho Hyung, there's no need to be so stiff around me. Hey, how could I possibly do that? You're clearly in a position of authority now. Exactly as you commanded, I spent the entire 2 years recording it. The time has come to put that footage to work. Do you think you could edit a short clip starring candidate Shim Hong-soo? A short-form video? Ooh, that's a brilliant idea. Tackling it solo will be tough, so I'll dispatch a couple of party staffers to assist you. Candidate Shim Hong-soo tirelessly committing to Seoul for the sake of the public for almost 2 straight years. Through pouring rain, freezing snow, and blistering summer heat. A heartwarming narrative highlighting his unwavering dedication to the people. You catch my drift, don't you? Oh, absolutely, I get it. We drop it not all at once, but bit by bit, right? So you've been hoarding this footage all along just to deploy it at this exact moment? I was actually puzzled as to why we held it back during the primaries. Dropping it back then would have been complete overkill, like using a butcher's cleaver on a chicken. Honestly, why would anyone willingly throw themselves into such a brutal battleground? You really ought to have picked a much softer target. Seoul Daehan Advanced Party Main Headquarters. Everything's a total whirlwind now that the campaign trail is open, huh? How have you been holding up? Jo Tae-min, head of the Central Election Campaign Committee. It's absolutely draining. Definitely not a walk in the park. That's likely because it's your debut run managing an election at the helm of the Gyeonggi Provincial Party. Nevertheless, glancing at the latest polling data, it feels like the outcome might differ greatly from the previous general election, wouldn't you agree? How many additional seats do you estimate we can clinch? Truthfully, I feel pretty secure about snagging at least 3 or 4 more. You're certainly more hopeful about it than I am. Huh, is that so? I've actually been fretting so much lately that my sleep schedule is completely ruined. Is it even proper for the Gyeonggi Provincial Party chairman to sleep soundly in the middle of an election cycle? The nominees battling it out in the trenches must be withering away from the stress. Yes, I'm intimately aware of that. After all, I've personally run in a district race twice. So since we're speaking, there's a favor I need to ask of you. Suwon, Yongin, Pyeongtaek, Anseong. I beg you to come down and heavily back us up on the campaign trail in these zones. Aren't we consistently lagging behind there? Well, that's obviously our duty to the party. I'll have my secretary coordinate the schedule and bring you up to speed, so be sure to keep that in mind when making your plans. There is just one detail piquing my curiosity. I noticed Anyang City was excluded from the backup campaign roster. Any particular reason for that? Well, the thing is. Truth be told, the Anyang Regional Committee flat out declined our help. Are you implying that the Gyeonggi Provincial Party didn't scratch them off, but rather, the Anyang campaign team themselves shut it down? Who? They didn't even have a regional chair there, so they probably couldn't properly set up a campaign camp, right? Not exactly. Former Assemblyman Jong Hae-sung lost to the existing regional chair, remember? Then who's the regional chair now? I sent John Doyoung down there. He used to be one of my aides. A.H. That guy who used to be your right-hand man. Smart kid. Then John Doyoung wasn't the one who refused. Candidate Shim Hong-soo was. That's basically true, but... What? Why is it so complicated? The reason former Assemblyman Jong Hae-sung lost in Anyang was actually also because of the Secretary General there who was backing Shim Hong-soo. The Secretary General? He was supposed to be neutral, wasn't he? On the surface, yes. But he'd built up the grassroots so thoroughly that Assemblyman Jong Hae-sung couldn't do anything and lost helplessly. That same guy asked us not to hold any support rallies, saying he'd definitely deliver Anyang. Huh, did he now? He said he'd deliver Anyang City. I thought he might take offense. He wants to distance himself from the Central Party and make it a battle of individuals. Then does that mean he thinks he has a decent shot even against Baek Yoon-ki? Will you just ignore him and go to Anyang anyway? Of course not. If you go to someone else's house without being invited, you won't even get fed. I understand. Thanks for coming all this way. Thank you for making time for me. No need for that. Get home safe. Did you call for me? You know. That Anyang City Secretary General. Yes. Look into him a bit and get a grasp on the election situation too. It's nothing important, so there's no need to report it urgently. Understood. Hyung, this is strange. The article still hasn't gone up. Have you tried contacting the reporter? No. Then I'll contact him. Don't. You're dealing with a reporter. It's not like he doesn't know how important an election-related issue is. Either he's in a situation where he can't write the article, or he doesn't want to publish it. If he's in a situation where he can't write the article, there's nothing you can do even if you call. There are probably several reasons he wouldn't want to publish it. The most reasonable explanation would be that he's holding it back because of some kind of deal. Forget it. We just do what we need to do. How's the response to the shorts? Since we edited and posted footage from when he first started the one-man protest, people's response is definitely not bad. And because we stripped out all the party colors to focus entirely on him as an individual, there are barely any negative comments. Good. Keep an eye on things while managing the comments. The article was only ever meant to support it anyway. The main thing is the video. Then that reporter. Baekhyun has caught on. You're saying he saw that one article, figured it was from our side, and cracked down like he was hunting rats? During election season, if an article favorable to a politician gets published, you should assume it's planned 99% of the time. The only difference is whether they watch it a little longer or not. If you mess with a reporter the wrong way, it becomes a headache. Then we should assume Baekhyun went after the reporter even if it meant taking a risk. Right. He figured out our intentions just from the first article. For now, stay with candidate Shim Hong-soo and keep a close eye on things. Especially the new regional chair, Jeon Doyoung. He got dropped in as a parachute during election season, so he's probably itching to do something. If he suddenly starts saying weird things on site, shut it down quickly. Got it. I'm going to meet candidate Shim, so make sure the guys get fed. If they skip meals, their energy will drop. Mayoral candidate's office. Oh. You're here. Hold on, I need to talk to you for a second. Okay. What's this about? Candidate, I'd like to film just one video with you without anyone knowing. A video? Yes. Without anyone knowing? Yes, without anyone knowing. Jeon Doyoung, former aide to Gu Hyung-pyo. We're trailing Baekhyun by 12%. If this keeps up, we'll never win. May I come in? You know candidate Shim Hong-soo is far behind right now, don't you? It fluctuates depending on the polling firm, but as I know, it's as much as 15% and at least 9%. That 9% is just because our side was oversampled. You can't seriously be campaigning like this because you believe that, can you? What are you trying to say? Is it because that's just candidate Shim Hong-soo's personality? I heard that you, Secretary General, have been entirely managing candidate Shim Hong-soo's public image as well. Are you pretending not to understand? It would be a bit misleading to say I handled it. But it's true that I gave advice. Really? Then this will be simple. Let's be a little more forceful. The gentleman scholar thing is nice and all, but we're losing right now, aren't we? Then you need to push hard. I even heard you turn down support rallies. I'll cancel that. We can't keep going like this. Did he say he used to be Chair Gu Hyung-pyo's aide? And he was with the Gyeonggi Provincial Party's Policy Committee. If he doesn't know any better, that can happen. There's nothing wrong with trusting polls, but if you get too buried in them, there are times when you miss what's important. And what exactly is that? Are you saying there's something I'm not seeing properly? His style is rough, and on top of that, he's impatient. Candidate Shim Hong-soo is someone who has stayed close to the citizens for nearly 2 years. His favorability is high right now. If support rallies come in here, all the goodwill he's built up with moderates will disappear, and it'll harden into a party versus party race. With our current party approval ratings on the decline, that's a race we won't be able to win at all. Do elections really just flow so one-sidedly like that? Maybe it's because you're young, but you clearly know nothing about elections, do you? Then what are you planning to do, Chair? How can we beat Baek Young-ki when he has the party approval rating behind him? Baek Young-ki reported 1.8 billion won in assets this time. Did you at least know that? Baek Young-ki declared 1.8 billion won in assets this time around. Are you even aware of that? Yes, I know. You do. You are also well aware that his current Anyang apartment is registered under his wife's name. That's correct. If that's already within your knowledge, why on earth aren't we exploiting it? The very instant we become the ones to expose that, they will retaliate with an even more scandalous accusation against candidate Shim. When both campaigns resort to mudslinging, you both just end up sinking into the exact same muck. All the credibility he's painstakingly established up to this point will be completely obliterated. Are you prepared to carry the blame if that happens? Naturally. I have already given my word to Chairman Gu Hyang Pyo that I will personally reclaim the Anyang district. So set your worries aside and simply observe the way this unfolds. If there is any group more desperate for the limelight than entertainers, it is definitely politicians. If I just let him be, his sheer anxiety is going to cause a massive explosion before long. Instead, I will orchestrate a perfect opportunity down the line that will truly make you shine, Chairman. Ahem, and precisely what kind of opportunity are we talking about? I will map out the details and give you a full briefing shortly. Shortly, huh? Simply ridiculous. Is he truly blind to the fact that the actual opponent he must confront in the primary election following this local race, right before the general election, is none other than me? Considering how Gu Hyang-suk managed to secure 2 terms in the National Assembly and lead the Gyeonggi Provincial Party while saddled with so little political ability makes him look remarkably competent. An additional week quickly passed by. The Unified Future Party and the Daehan Advanced Party. During the official election window, campaign staff from both camps dedicated each day to chanting their candidates' names until they completely lost their voices. A good portion of them offered their services out of a genuine desire to see their party succeed. Yet the individuals in top leadership roles were completely transfixed by the illusion of an assemblyman's badge dangling before them, driven entirely by raw ambition and acting like madmen in their frantic scramble for victory. I was always well aware of the madness that grips people during a political race. Yet even so, the moment you step onto the battlefield yourself, your vision grows cloudy and panic grips your chest. Baek Young-ki at 48%, Shim Hong-soo at 42%. With third-party candidates taking up 10%. So the margin has narrowed to a mere 6 percentage points now. I honestly assumed that suppressing that news article would keep the situation stable. But it proves utterly impossible to contain the viral spread of YouTube Shorts. TCH, traditional print and television have completely been eclipsed by YouTube. What do you think caused this? Excuse me. Those shorts. Had he only kept it up for a month or two, the public would have dismissed it as a temporary political gimmick, but since he has maintained it for almost 2 full years, the sheer gravity of it is immense. Granted, our core base will unconditionally vote the straight ticket for the Unified Future Party, but this narrative is powerfully striking a chord with unaligned voters. If we enter election day under these exact conditions, what is your forecast? In all honesty, I believe we are staring down a complete turnaround. A turnaround. So you expect him to overtake our lead? In a certain light, he managed to drag US onto a playing field completely of his own design. Looking at the data objectively, it isn't so much that we are suffering a reversal, as it is that his true undercurrent of support is finally rising above the surface. What if we retaliate by unmasking those short clips as nothing more than cheap, shallow theater? Think about it, if he spent every single day conducting solo demonstrations, doesn't that prove he was abandoning his actual responsibilities? What exactly are the responsibilities of a regional committee chairman? What exactly is it that he is required to accomplish? Well, as for that, under normal circumstances, we could have easily spun the narrative to frame him as some charlatan who prioritizes showmanship over real work. But right now, the situation is incredibly tricky. The mere fact that his efforts span 2 whole years prevents the electorate from dismissing it as a mere publicity stunt. If I launch that attack now, every single statement I make will sound like the pathetic whining of a desperate candidate trying to survive. And what would become of my political standing then? Please forgive me, sir. When it comes to politics, even if defeat is inevitable, you cannot afford to go down like a fool. This single race doesn't encompass our whole future. You need to retain at least one valuable chip that you can cash in down the road. Falling short in an election is acceptable, but you absolutely cannot leave the stage branded as an incompetent moron. I will keep that firmly in mind. Scrape up dirt. Dig until the electorate reads the front page and thinks, wow, he was actually that sort of hypocrite. We've combed through his past for weeks and still haven't unearthed a single viable angle to exploit. What's with that expression? Are you telling me your search came up completely empty? I am terribly sorry, sir. Young man, do you really believe anyone is completely flawless under scrutiny? No, sir. Then double your efforts and dig deeper. Something is bound to show up. Candidate, the details are somewhat murky, but dating back to the period before his political career began. From his time serving in the labor union? Correct. An incident took place at a building project that fell under his direct supervision. What? Now that is excellent. However, the records indicate it stemmed from a worker failing to put on the required safety equipment. That is perfectly fine, you fool. That is more than enough for us. Construct our entire campaign strategy on top of this event. Detail how incredibly hazardous that workplace truly was. Emphasize how completely irresponsible Shim Hong-soo behaved in his role as the safety director. Paint a picture of how desperately the casualty struggled just to survive. Give me a title that instantly causes the reader's blood to boil and makes them hurl profanities the second they read it. Damn it. Shim Hong-soo, Daehan Advanced Party's Anyang mayoral candidate, under fire for involvement in fatal workplace fall. During the time when the Daehan Advanced Party's nominee for Anyang mayor, Shim Hong-soo, was employed in the building trade, a laborer sustained catastrophic injuries from a fall at a construction zone under his direct oversight. Claims have recently surfaced asserting that he actively tried to conceal the tragedy. Based on confidential records uniquely secured by our press outlet, in March of 20XX, at a residential high-rise project located in Donggan-gu, Anyang City. A 45-year-old laborer identified as Mr. Kim plunged from the 8th story, resulting in severe trauma while performing duties under the direct management of safety director Shim Hong-soo. When the disaster struck, Kim was completely missing his mandatory protective gear. And the subsequent probe revealed that the site was completely devoid of necessary safety barricades. The most appalling element of the case centers on Shim's reported actions in the immediate aftermath. In an attempt to reduce the firm's legal exposure, he allegedly commanded that the scene be scrubbed and explicitly ordered the remaining staff to keep completely silent. Mr. Kim, who remains critically impaired from the fall, serves as the only source of income for his aging mother and 2 young kids. Shim is currently drawing intense public criticism for apparently functioning as a corporate lackey during the whole ordeal. These damning disclosures have delivered a heavy blow to the reputation of Shim, who heavily marketed himself as a champion who dedicated 2 entire years to solo demonstrations for public safety and well-being, prompting many to wonder if such an individual can be trusted with community safety. How on earth are we expected to handle this situation? So they finally played this card. Just as I anticipated. Naturally. You never had me do anything without a clear tactical purpose, regardless of the tasks you assigned. What are you blabbering about over there? I need to know exactly how you intend to counter this devastating news report. Candidate, please step into the vehicle immediately. Head right out there, denounce Baek Young-kai's underhanded tactics, and confront him directly. There are a mere 2 days remaining before the vote. If we mismanage our counter-strategy, our voter base will dissolve instantly. We must demonstrate to the public that we possess plenty of ammunition against that scoundrel Baek Young-kai as well. Given that, what do you propose our next move should be? When I ask you a direct question, you just focus entirely on your scheduled campaign stops, candidate. Do not address this scandal whatsoever. The countermeasures we currently have lined up are more than sufficient. Furthermore, do you recall when I promised to arrange an opportunity that would put you squarely in the limelight, Chairman? Shall I go ahead and set the stage? What is that? How about a press conference? I've prepared all the counter materials, so I'm sure you'll like it. You don't care whether we win the election or not. You only care about getting your face out there, don't you? Is that so? Well, for now. Let's take a look at the materials first. You didn't think Shim Hong-soo would win from the very beginning, did you? That's why your mind is drifting all over the place. I'll give you a video, so go check it and just do a good job with the press conference regarding it. But why isn't the candidate himself announcing it? The candidate intends to maintain an image of staying thoroughly detached from political infighting. A politician and administrator who looks only to the citizens, regardless of the opponent's absurd accusations. That is the image of candidate Shim Hong-soo we have built. Ahem. Let's go with that, then. Seeing that guy, I don't think he'll listen to you for the next 2 years. It looks like he's going to check you immensely, so will you be okay? The election isn't over yet. Just focus on getting the candidate elected. And campaign committee chair John Dojun should be the one worrying, not me. Don't you think so? As the Dojun Advanced Party, we cannot help but deplore the malicious instigation of the Unified Future Party. Today, at this very venue, we will bring the clear facts of this incident to light. First, let us watch this video together. When I ended up like this, the one who helped me the most was the candidate here. To think they are trying to use me to slander the director here. No, the candidate. How can a human being do such a thing? Shim Hong-soo 1. Election Day, afternoon Dojun Advanced Party Anyang City Regional Committee Election Office. The exit poll results will be announced in 5 minutes. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Here it is. In the regional leader elections, the Unified Future Party is predicted to win 8 seats. The Dojun Advanced Party 4 seats, and independent candidates 1 seat. If this holds true, the Unified Future Party is predicted to secure a complete victory in the regional leader elections. Now, let's take a detailed look at the exit roll results through the graphics. With Anyang mayoral candidate Shim Hong-soo at 49.4% and candidate Baek Young-kai at 43.9%. Candidate Shim Hong-soo is predicted to take first place. Whoa! We did it. We actually did it. Long live candidate Shim Hong-soo. Whoa. Hyung. We're winning, right? Though it is still too early to be entirely optimistic about victory. Anyang was originally considered a disadvantageous place, to the point where people said there was a vast difference in weight class compared to candidate Baek Young-kai. Yet, in that very place. It's not over yet, so let's just keep watching. Aren't you happy, Hyung. Before, you said we'd definitely win. We will win. We were always going to win. It's just that everyone else couldn't believe it. In the end, I was wrong. To think he'd beat Baekhyun Ki. See? I told you Office Director Kong Dojun had something up his sleeve. This is a place where all the smart kids gather. SNU graduates are a dime a dozen here. That's why when they're young, everyone enters thinking they're hot stuff because of their brains. But after getting beat down a few times, they finally realize what level they're truly at. That sounds like my story. It's my story too. In fact, it's everyone's story. People outside of politics don't understand why politicians do and say such strange things. But once you come inside, you start to understand. Because this place has that kind of gap. I thought a newborn pup didn't belong in this ring yet. But it turns out Office Director Kong Dojun wasn't just a newborn pup, was he? That's right. I mistook a tiger for a newborn pup. Still, by taking Anyang City in Gyeonggi-do, we've pretty much balanced the ratio. If things end just like the exit polls, we'll be taking 5 more places than before. We put up quite a good fight in the southern Gyeonggi region. The protest held by Chairman Shim Hong-so had an impact outside of Anyang City too, right? Besides, that explanation video from 2 days ago was so dramatic. Wow, when I saw that, I thought I was watching a plot twist in a drama. I admit it too. Candidate Shim Hong-so, whom I looked down on, brought about a pretty positive effect. I'm thoroughly ashamed of myself. Why be ashamed of that? How reassuring is it to have such a young, talented individual in our party? Exactly. It's incredibly reassuring. I want him. If I only have Kong Dojun, I can make a comeback in Gimpo-yeol. He's a 20-something who completely humiliated Baekhyun from the Uido strategy room. If I could just have a talent like that by my side as my chief of staff. In the Anyang mayoral race, candidate Shim Hong-so 0. With 49.5%, his victory is now confirmed. Shim Hong-so. Congratulations. Shim Hong-so. And congratulations to you as well, Chair, on winning your city council seat. Ever since I followed Hyung into politics, every election we joined ended in defeat. Nothing but losses. Hyung. We actually won this time. Yeah. We really did win. This is insane. Totally insane. Hyung, you got candidate Shim Hong-so elected. Candidate Shim Hong-so, how do you feel right now? Honestly. I was only able to come this far thanks to our citizens. From now on, I will keep my eyes on the people of this city and serve them through my politics. As mayor, every policy will focus solely on serving the citizens. I'll show you what it means to be a public servant who truly works for you. Thank you. To all our party members, thank you so much for everything you've done. I firmly believe I was elected thanks to your efforts. Thank you. And above all, I think this victory belongs to our Secretary General, Kong Dojun. Throughout the entire campaign, even when no one else paid any attention to me, he was the only one who believed in me and led me forward. Forward. Wah. Kong Dojun. Secretary General, thank you. Really. Without you, we never could have achieved this. This happened because all of you worked so hard. I only nudged the direction a little, that's all. Now that it's over, let's settle our business too. It hits differently, seeing it at night. I've never seen the streets this empty before. You know. After the election, it feels like you should be out drinking alone somewhere. I thought you'd be grinning from ear to ear, but you don't look all that. Was beating me really that trivial to you? If that's the case, my pride is going to take a serious hit. I'll admit, I'm surprised. About what? I didn't think you'd call. Because you lost? I'm a man. I asked fair and square, and I lost cleanly. I'm here to show the winner the respect he deserves. That's not the only reason you came, though. Is it? What's your real objective? I never put this much effort into trying to impress anyone back when I was Deputy Secretary General. Guess I'm feeling a little jealous now. There was one thing I wanted to know. If it hadn't been Shim Hongesoo, could you have beaten me? If it were Baek Young-sik, I'd have lost without question. With Young-hae Song, I'd say I had about a 70% chance. 70%? The strategy would have been completely different, of course. How so? You choose your weapon, and then you see how far you can go by putting a price on it. You're right. In any case, it was good news for you. Quite the dazzling debut. Your future's going to be interesting. Thank you. Back then, what I said about taking you under me if you closed the gap to 3%, that was sincere. It didn't work out this time, but next time I'll come back stronger and make you the same offer. You mean? Recruit me? I'm not the type to give up easily. You're something else. Noted. But you realize something, don't you? If you really wanted to team up with me, you would have had to lose by 3% or less, just like I said. From what I saw earlier, it was 4.6%, wasn't it? I have to say, I was a little disappointed. Honestly. I'm not that interested anymore. Ha. Ha ha ha. Once the rites are over, it's time to share the feast. With the election finished, Mayor-elect Shim Hongesoo now has to form a transition committee. Which means this is the moment when the people who worked themselves to the bone finally see the fruits of their labor. Transition committee announcement. A kind of reward phase. From the regional chair down to the rank-and-file members, everyone is quietly hoping for a role that matches what they've contributed. To prepare for Anyang's new beginning, a transition committee has been formed. Secretary General Kang Dojun will serve as the transition chair. What? Secretary General Kang Dojun? You've got to be kidding. What about Chair John Do Young?